Other Caucasians to the back. Immediately.
Capiche, capiche. Tequila lover, astrology nerd. Demon time sipping on some sizzle. Swallowed, beat the ground up, was in the bag, and don't forget the. Please capiche. Cult leader, rain boots and a thong. Boosie, 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 all day long. Piss break, happy box, shake your fucking ass.
Yeah! Shit. I feel like I haven't streamed it forever, but it's only been like, what, 2 days? Maybe 3? It was 3. There was 2, because I streamed on Monday. Did I stream on Monday? I did. I streamed on Monday. Remember, Leash had a dream about Uncle Shannon. Oh my God. Shout out to all my YouTubians on YouTube on the reaction channel. Thank you so much for showing up and showing out. I appreciate y'all. Y'all make sure y'all go like the stream over on the other YouTube so that way it can push it out to other people so I can get more viewers on another channel. It's a humbling experience starting from scratch. Because, you know, I've been on the gaming channel for so long and I'm used to a certain amount of views. So when I'm on the reaction channel, I'm just like, God damn, like I'm really starting over. And it's a little bit scary, I'm not gonna lie, but it's like, what do I have to lose? Like I have nothing to literally lose with starting this reaction channel. But you know, it's very humbling. So not Lord, bust that shirt open for me. I am more than my breasts. What's up, Inspire Self? How you doing? Leash was Michelle? Hell no. The dream I had about Shannon Sharp, we didn't even do anything. I don't remember. I just remember I had it, or did we? Shit, I don't know. I feel like I'm about to start having dreams about Michael B. Jordan, cause whoa, child. Y'all know me. As long as y'all been watching me, y'all know I've said this over and over and over again. Michael B. Jordan is attractive, but he's not like sexually attractive to me, in my opinion. He's a very handsome man, very attractive or whatever, but he was never like, you know, like somebody who I wanted to jump their bones, like for instance, Trevante Rhodes or John Bernthal. But in that goddamn Sinners, I'm not going to spoil it because it's still kind of early. I'm not going to give any spoilers, but I will say that that movie is, how do I put it? That movie, y'all remember when it's just like, when I played South of Midnight and when I watched Interview with the Vampire, remember how when I said I watched Interview with the Vampire, I felt sad because it ended and I felt like the characters became a part of me. And I said the same thing about South of Midnight. That is exactly how I feel about Sinners. I left the movie feeling so sad and just like, damn. Honestly, really, truly, I would have loved for Sinners to be a series instead of a movie. There's so much lore that they dropped within that 2 hours that they could have completely elaborated on within seasons, not even just one season, seasons. They had seasons of material in one movie. There was just so many things that they dropped and just was like, and as a person who needs to know, because I'm not nosy, I just need to know. As a person who needs to know, I just needed to know more. It's almost like that's the plan. I hope if they do make a series, Ryan Coogler better be directing most of the episodes and writing most of the episodes. Because, yeah. Beautiful movie, great pacing, amazing pacing. Like the story, like it feels like you're a part of a community, which is really crazy. It feels like the way it's set up, it feels like you're a part of the community. And honestly, I really love how I will say I don't want to spoil it. I don't want to spoil it for y'all. I'm just saying, like, y'all gonna love it. Y'all gonna love it. I actually wrote notes, y'all, because I'm gonna do a review. I'm gonna do a review. The review will have spoilers because I'm not the type of person who could do a spoiler-free review. That's not my niche. I'm struggling now. So there's no way. There's no way that I can talk around this damn movie with doing like a full review. I wish y'all could see my notes. Like, my notes are crazy. They're backwards, so you can't read them. But like, I actually wrote notes. Let me read one of the notes that doesn't spoil anything. Oh, one, because it's obvious. I said the twins look real. Tech has come a long way. Remember when they used to make twins? Like, it used to be the same actor, but they would like double the actor on screen, and how weird that shit would look back in the day. You know what I'm saying? Now that's not the case. What's up, Roderick? Now that's not the case. I read that shit. Let me freeze payment. Lindsay Lohan with what's that damn movie? What was the name of that movie, y'all? What was the name of that movie? The Parent Trap. So like, I liked how like the twins on the screen actually look like two different people, whereas back in the day that was not the case. It used to look real weird or whatever. It's really good movie, especially if you're Black American. Honestly, Black American, we got a game and we got a movie. We're up right now. Black people in general, yeah, but Black Americans, we up, okay. It looks like it could be two and not one actual person. Exactly. They did a really good job. Beautiful film. I want to go back and actually watch it the way it's supposed to be watched, which is in IMAX 70 millimeter, but I don't know. The IMAX movie theater is a little too far from, well, it's not far. I just don't want to go that far. So yeah, y'all should go watch it. Hurry up, because I want to talk about it. I want to talk about it so bad. Anyway, but that's not what y'all came here for. We came here for the book club. We're book club number 2. They said we couldn't do it, but here we are. Yay, book club number 2. I should write a book. Hell no. I ain't trying to write no book. Write a book? I could barely write. I chat GPT damn near everything. Well, not everything. Just important shit that I have to sound smart. Well, no, I don't chat GPT it. I actually use, what's that thing? Grammarly. I use Grammarly for everything. I used to pay for it. I don't think I pay for it anymore. Or if I did, I don't remember the last time I did pay for it. Or I probably paid for the year. So that means I have to go and check to see if that shit is canceled. Shit. Not gonna lie, I had to dip after chapter 11, but I'm still looking forward to this. I won't mind the spoilers. Well, you ain't got no choice. You ain't got no choice. Zim, thank you so much for the 16 months. I appreciate it. Thank you so much for 16 months of love and support. And Mo, thank you for gifting the sub to Zim. So now we cheating. Who we cheating on? Understandably, like, this book, in my opinion, now that I reread both books, because this is my second time reading Parable of the Sower and Parable of the Talents. Don't make a noise. Anyway, this is my second time reading both books. please, y'all, during the course of me actually explaining the book, I don't mind y'all using the sounds, but if I'm mid-thought, please refrain from using the sounds, because I have ADHD and I'm trying to stay on topic. Okay, save the trolling for tomorrow. I'm literally off Friday, Saturday, Sunday. You can literally troll me all weekend, but for today, I beg, because I'm trying to stay on topic. Did you take your meds? Yeah, I take my meds, but I still forget I'm forgetting shit now. That ain't never gonna go away. So I beg, just for today, like let's just talk about the book or whatever. It's been a long time coming. It took us 2 months to get this together, so I'm just trying to hurry up and go ahead and do it. Plus I work today, so I'm tired as hell. I didn't take no nap, because after I was done with work, I went straight to the movie theater. I think, and then the second, like when I went to the movie theater, it wasn't even like I was enjoying the movie, but I had to write my notes. I had to write my notes. So it wasn't even like I was there to just enjoy the movie. It felt like work. And now I have to do this. So my mind is fried. It's fried, y'all. What's up, yes? But I'm gonna try my best. I'm gonna try my best. Okay. Anyway, anywho. Damn, I guess we should start. Oh, and about that, we'll talk about more about weird uncle, because you know he would be the weird uncle Shannon Sharp. We'll talk more about him tomorrow. I thought the white lady he was messing with was at least around his age, because he even said, I literally saw him. Oh, you want to know what's so crazy? I literally saw part of the interview, not the whole thing, of him and who's that comedian that plays Ashy Larry on the Chappelle Show? I forget his name, but y'all know who I'm talking about. I'm rich, biatch. Him. He literally had him on his show, Uncle Shay Shay. Right? Monique said he need to stop playing with them young girls. He literally had the comedian dude on the show. And apparently Donnell Rollins, thank you Shaka, thank you. So he had Donnell on the show, and he was getting on Donnell for having a baby mama in her 20s. And Shannon Sharp literally said, I stop it. I mean, the lowest I'll go is 30. Lying ass motherfucker. The lowest you go is 30. You a lying ass piece of doo-doo. That's literally what he said. He was getting on Donnell's ass about him having a 20-year-old baby mama. And he was asking him, like, why you do it? Why you do it? And then Donnell was just like, I was at a place where I was with the women my age, and I just found, and then she just treated me, and the excuse that they give. But why I look bald? God damn, my bald head ass. But yeah. So it's just like, you hypocrite. What's up, Queen Poppy? He's a hypocrite. Monique read that Negro for filth and said he would need to find an older girl and stop playing these games. Like, I really thought, like, okay, 30. He's like, what, 50? There's nothing wrong with that. My saying is, once you 30, it don't matter. If somebody wants to date you and they 60, you 30. The fuck? Your brain is done developing. Especially if you got the ADHDs, it's done. So date whoever you want older, just not younger. Because there's still that line. All right? There's still that divide. When you 30, you shouldn't be dating no 20, 21-year-old, because they're not there yet. Okay? But shit, if you 30 and want to date a 70-year-old, go ahead, do it. 50-year-old, go ahead, do it. Why not? But I didn't think he was 9. The girl he was messing with was 19. You want to know what that sounds like? Where Mo at? Mo, what that sound like from the book? What that sound like, Mo? That literally sounds like Olamina and Bankole. That's literally what happened in the book. Oh God, but yeah, nah. Well, he gets not even, I don't want to be like, hopefully this is a lesson for him. Honestly, I don't give a shit whether or not it's a lesson, because this is nasty. And a predator is a predator and a predator. He thought he could get away with it. And at the end of the day, you got sucker. Like, what did you expect? All these, first of all, Shannon Sharpe is not an unattractive man. I think that Shannon Sharpe still thinks like because he grew up dark skinned at a certain time, in the country of countries. So I'm pretty sure in his mind, he's still that little black boy, that little black dark skinned boy in the country that people used to make fun of and shit like that. And so in his mind, I think maybe he still processes that he's ugly and blah, blah, blah. Because there's no way a mentally healthy and secure with himself older man seeks out a young 19-year-old girl, white girl at that, which makes it even more like, nigga, what you doing? He's playing with fire. His ass got burnt. Little nasty weirdo. But that's on him. Just do some volunteering at a nursing home. Make sure rent AK. He has to have a humiliation king. Has to. His personality must be what's unattractive. Probably why women his age don't want him. So, probably. But it's crazy because women his age are the pick-me's, most of them. It's not that they don't want him, that he don't want them. He want to still feel his youth. He still want to be young. But Negro, you old. Just live with it. But, or maybe he's just a predator. And that it is what it is, So, but yeah, but he is a Cancer man. So, do with that as you will. All right, here we go. We're starting our book club meeting. Parable of the Talents. Where is because I made a lot of notes. Not say that shit again. I didn't stutter the first time I said it. Do you need to go back and rewind the stream? Okay, here are all my notes. Okay, I have so many notes. I have 2 in the prologue. Oh, okay. I was making notes even in the prologue. Oh, God. You have a Cancerian man? God bless you. God bless your heart. There's some... Where's Dr. BT? Where's Dr. BT at? Hold on. Let me, let me, where he at? Get your ass in here, please. He'll be here probably. Who knows? Anyway, let BT do his nerd shit. He ain't got nothing better to do outside of hug on the pog, but he could do that anytime. Okay, I want to hug on the pog. So, are we ready? So, for the people who haven't read the book yet, I'm gonna give y'all a quick synopsis like I did the last time we did the book club, and from there we will discuss. The cool thing about y'all, first of all, let me show y'all something. TikTok shop got me, but this shit is so useful. Like, I need to start a TikTok. They got me. I got the phone mount. I got the phone mount. But when I tell you this shit is so clutch, because I have my phone, I have my phone on my monitor, and hopefully it don't do nothing bad to my monitor. Oh God, maybe I shouldn't do this, but I need my phone like right here. So they got me, but it's all good. I'm easily influenced when it comes to buying shit. That's my problem. All right. Anyway. All right. Parable of the Talents is a science fiction novel by the American writer Octavia E. Butler, published in 1998. Octavia Butler passed away in 2006. For some reason, I thought she passed away in the 90s. I don't know why I thought she passed away in the 90s, but she passed away in 2006. You can't even judge because you do the same. Listen, the TikTok shop has my knots. They have my knots and my nuts. Okay. Yeah. Yeah, I'm sad because Octavia Butler is literally my favorite author. Octavia Butler, N.K. Jemisin, and Tananarive are my three favorite authors, and they're all Black women, and they all write some sort of like fiction. So I go to Octavia Butler for sci-fi, I go to N.K. Jemisin for fantasy, and I go to Tananarive for horror. The three Black queens. She predicted the vibe of today all the way back to the 90s, but that's only because history repeats itself, right? So essentially, around the time Octavia Butler made Parable of the Sower, the first book, you know, she lived through like the Nixon era or whatever. So, and the Reagan era. Was it? I think both. So she saw, because if you really think about it, like Donald Trump is he's like a more obnoxious Reagan. You know, Reagan was a little, even though he was like evil incarnate, he wasn't as grandiose as Donald Trump. So she lived through that era. So basically what she experienced through the Reagan era is what we're experiencing now. Reagan plus, exactly that. So here we go. Here's the synopsis here. Parable of the Talents is told from the points of view of Lauren Oya Alamina, her daughter Larkin Alamina. We're gonna get into that. And Lauren's husband Taylor Franklin Bankole. Is it Bankole or Bankole? Which one is it? Even Reagan tried to play the game, right? All right. What's up, Rain? How you doing? Welcome in. Where was I? The novel consists of journal entries, blah, blah, blah. I read that. Wait, the novel consists of journal entries by Lauren and Bankole and passages by Asha Ver. In 2032, 5 years after the event of the previous novel, Parable of the Sower, Lauren has founded a new community called Acorn, centered around her religion, Earthseed, which is predicated on the belief that humanity's destiny is to travel beyond Earth and live on other planets in order for humanity to reach adulthood. The audiobook I listened to, it's pronounced Benkole. Okay, I figured. All right. So Benkole. So with that being said, the first, is this it? Where's the first? All right. So with that being said, her human's destiny is to travel beyond Earth and live on other planets. I'm gonna read the first scripture in Earthseed. All that you touch, you change. All that you change changes you. The only lasting truth is change. God is change. Earthseed is like, you know, the religion is basically like God isn't a man or a woman. God is just change. It's a concept. And what you make of God is what your life will be. So you really can't blame God or anything on your shortcomings. You can only use what God provides to shape your reality. It's almost like a, how do I put it? It's almost like the law of attraction, but depressing. You know how like they make the law of attraction all like, if you believe it, you have it. Just think it and it's yours. It's kind of like that, but it's more practical. A practical law of attraction. Draven, thank you for the 29 months. I appreciate it. Thank you so much for 29 months of love and support. So the novel is set against the backdrop of a dystopian United States that has come under the grip of a Christian fundamentalist denomination called Christian America. Led by President Andrew Steele Jarrett, seeking to restore American power and prestige, and using the slogan "Make America Great Again," Jarrett embarks on a crusade to cleanse America of non-Christian faiths. What does that sound like, y'all? This crazy reality we live in. But as we all know, that Donald Trump is not the first president to use the term "Make America Great Again." It actually came from Reagan and one other dude or whatever. So what's up, Balverine? So yeah. But and like Donald Trump in the real life, Jarrett really spoke to his audience. He didn't try to put on like this grand, how do I put it? He spoke to he's like, you know how like the message is always lost when it comes to Democrats. When it comes to Democrats speaking to poor people, because Democrats are part of the establishment, and a lot of the time they could come across, not saying that they are, but liberals and leftists can come across as pretentious to those who don't understand what they're saying, right? And so it's really hard for leftists to kind of or liberals to kind of prove, like to speak their points without coming across as a butt white, sometimes, not all the time, to people who are just, you know. I wanted to say I've been watching South of Midnight streams and it's been keeping you sane from having strep throat. Oh, thank you, Drake. Thank you. So it was the same thing with like Jarrett. Like he really spoke to the America that was tired of whatever it was that they were going through in this universe of poor people being poor, the destruction of the Department of Education. But that it gets worse during his term. You know, that there is no jobs, barely any food, barely any resources. So they see this man who's making all of these grand promises and saying it in a way that sounds good, and they just back him and believe him, right? So, but with that, Jarrett embarks on a crusade to cleanse America of the non-Christian faiths. Slavery has resurfaced with advanced shock collars being used to control slaves. The thing about the shock collars that, let me turn off my phone because it's gonna die. The thing about the shock collars that's even more like sinister is that you can't take it off. It doesn't leave any visible marks. And like you literally, unless the person who holds the button to shock you like takes it off, you can't take it off, and nobody will ever know what happened to you. There'll be no scars, no nothing, right? Virtual reality headsets known as dream masks are also popular since they enable wearers to escape their harsh reality. Or in our case, TikTok. And I mean, even though sometimes it makes me remember reality, but for the most part, it's like, yeah. I'll be scrolling on there for hours. During the course of the novel, Acorn is attacked and taken over by Christian American crusaders and turned into a re-education camp. So y'all remember at the, what's up, Shell? Y'all remember at the end of the first book, right? After they were walking on the highways and escaping like fire and everything, and you know, people trying to kidnap people, kidnap them and their group, and you know, all of that. They finally got to Bancole's property, where they found out his sister and her husband and her children were burned to death. Y'all, and also trigger warning, there's a lot of shit in this novel, so I'm gonna just let y'all know. Think of all of the bad things it's in this novel. Just like another one, it's so all of the bad things is in this novel, except this time there's no cannibalism, so that's probably the only thing that's not in here. So they were able to establish a community on that land. What's up, Crowbatty? How you doing? Yeah, it's very intense. So they were able to establish a community on that land, and they were there for, I believe, about 5-6 years. Because I think at the end of Parable of the Sower, she was around, Lauren or Alamina was around 19-ish. And in this novel, I think she's like 22. So like 4 years. 4 years is, yeah. So they were able to establish like a little community, and were living off the land and preaching earth seed and stuff like that. Hold on, where I leave off. Blah, 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 blah. So for the next year and a half, Lauren and the other adults are enslaved and forced to wear shock collars. So basically what happens, I'm gonna give y'all a little rundown. So they're at Acorn. Lauren and Bancole finally get pregnant, and they have their daughter. They name their daughter Larkin. And the reason why Acorn gets attacked is because they were making like a little bit of traction in the surrounding area. And when Jared was in the running to become president, Christian America, the church that he was a part of, or I think led or created, were known for burning witches and going on witch hunts and literally burning heathens and killing heathens and witches. Anything or anybody who essentially wasn't a Christian American was subjected to either become enslaved or to be killed. So of course, Acorn and Earthseed and Lauren and her little community in the hills, who are saying God has changed and things like that, they start to attract the attention of the people around them. And you know, they're making a little cash, running a business. They were able to buy a truck, I think a second truck, because they already had a truck. So you know, they were making like a little bit of industry for themselves. And so of course that's gonna attract some eyes. And what happened is that there was a senator from California, because this all takes place in California. There's no greater hate than a Christian's love. Those are some, I'm sorry, I know that there's some Christians who aren't with that weird shit, but the whole of Christianity in practice, in my mind, Christians are the least likely to practice what they preach. Or is it just me? Is it just me that thinks that? Because I don't know. They are some of the most judgiest, like weirdest people out there, you know? And not to say all Christians, but a good amount of them. Like, it's not live and let live with them, you know, like you would think it would be. So Where was I? The taking over of Acorn purity culture is one hell of a drug. One hell of a drug. So the taking over of Acorn, so they attracted the attention of a senator who was part of the Christian American Church, and he said that they was basically on the list to right, of the people he wanted to wipe out. I'll go there, almost all of them. There is some level of an issue with that in organized religion in general, but we definitely see it the most firsthand in terms of Christianity, specifically evangelical Christians in America. Yeah, pretty much. Like, everybody, for the most part, in their own ways, judgy and, you know, blah, blah, blah. But Christians take it to a whole nother level. And I just can't. So Christian America, the church has this group called the Crusaders. And what the Crusaders do, they're basically like the Klan. I mean, there's no other way to put it. They're literally the Klan. And the Crusaders, but the Klan for Christ. They're the Klan for Christ, and they go around and they enslave people who they deem as demonic and heathens and witches. And they went and they took Acorn and they stole all of the children. Let's put that out there. They stole all of the children and they sent those kids to families within the Christian American network. So there's that layer. And like I said, history repeats itself, right? So Octavia Butler is growing up in a time where this shit actually happened. And a lot of the, I remember when I watched, what's that book and show with the white women who wear the red, Handmaid's Tale. I was like, this author must have pulled from Parable of the Talents, and or Parable of the Sower, or from Octavia Butler in general. And so while that might be true, I also had to think like, this shit has happened before, right? So it's nothing like new under the sun. So that's what they did with Native American kids, and they would kidnap the kids and put them in those religious schools. So basically, they stole all the kids, they sent them into the Christian American network to be adopted out into Christian American families. And Lauren's daughter, Larkin, was a part of the group of kids that was sent out. And that's why Larkin's name is in Larkin in the book is Ashaver, right? This is a Christianity's MO, right? Let's separate. And what makes it even worse is that they would separate the siblings. You know, it wasn't just, I'm separating you from your parents. I'm separating you from everybody that you know. And in my mind, I'm like, how the fuck is that Christ-like? How is that? What in the Bible says to do that weird ass shit? I didn't see. I mean, I don't read the Bible, but it's just like, I don't think any God would want you to do no weird shit like that. It's painfully similar to American Indian boarding schools. Also, I believe, if I'm not mistaken, that used to happen in Australia as well, with the Aboriginal tribes. I could be mistaken, so correct me if I'm wrong. But I remember reading something. I remember reading something like that. They would steal the babies from the Aboriginal tribes and they would pass them, like give the babies to, you know, civilized people or whatever the fuck they like to say. So now I hate when Christians mischaracterize my boy Jesus. Not my boy Jesus. So during the course, mind you, when Christian America took over Acorn, this lasted for over a year, so about 17 months. And during that 17 months, Lauren and her crew went through so much shit that, because you know, in the book, we see that Lauren constantly writes. There's a whole year of her life that she's not accounted for, because that's just how so much shit that they put her through. She used to sneak and write. They used to keep them all in one little room in a school that they built. The men had the bigger room and the women had the smaller room. Small, so small that they actually had to kind of like separate the women into two smaller rooms instead of just putting them in the big ass room that the men were in, and putting the men who were essentially, there wasn't as many men as there were women, as I can say. Instead of putting them in the big room to accommodate everybody, no, the big room goes to the men. Christian America also, they didn't let women preach in their churches. Women were only supposed to be there to take care of the house, take care of the kids, take care of the family. They were they were like that. Okay. Now, I skipped something, because remember in the first book, because they didn't say it, but I think that they are going to say it. No, they said at the end. Damn. So we got to go back. All right. I've got a whole summary and some resources about how this is a parallel to the boarding schools, and I think it's incredibly fitting that the parents are enslaved. So we got to go back. Remember in the first book when Lauren was running away from her first community in Robledo, when her walled community got attacked, right? And Zara said that she saw all of her family, the rest of the family that was alive, because we know that Lauren's father was killed and went missing. Well, went missing, but in this universe, went missing means killed. So Zara said that she saw her whole family die, right? Lauren's family died. So while Lauren was looking for a lost sister of one of her community members, she ended up finding her brother, which was her favorite brother. And I'm not gonna give it away, because I'm trying to do like a full synopsis here. It was her favorite brother, Mark. She found him, and Mark was a slave. He had on the, what is it called? The shot collar. And he was like a sex slave. And she went to meet with the pimp who was controlling Mark, looking for somebody else's sibling, and she ended up finding her own. And she had to negotiate to buy him, for a fair price, so that way she can buy his freedom. So she gets Mark, and we kind of find out what went on with Mark. I'm gonna give like a really light synopsis of this, because it's really heavy. And yeah, so back when Robledo was burning, Corey, which was Lauren's stepmother, her stepmother and her three brothers, or was it three brothers? Three brothers was trying to run out the community, and they got caught in between two groups of raiders and ended up getting shot, except for Mark, who they shot him and they thought he was dead, but he wasn't. And he saw his mother and his two little brothers get like shot in the head, and they threw their bodies in a house that was on fire. And somehow Mark was able to get out, and a couple came and nursed him back to health, but the couple was street poor. So Mark essentially grew up for a couple of years of his life as basically homeless and a squatter. But during that time that he was a squatter, he found himself through prayer and through preaching, which parallels to Lauren doing the same. But whereas Lauren, sweesh, oh, not too hearts emoji. Swash, thank you so much for the 77 months. I appreciate it. Thank you for 77 months of love and being a baby angel. I appreciate. But Mark found himself through prayer and preaching. It parallels to Lauren, but whereas Lauren preaches earthseed and that God is change, Mark is more traditional. He preaches the way his father, because Lauren and Mark's father are there. He was a preacher. He teaches the way his preaches the way his father teaches. So when he gets back to and he literally found himself, like, through all of the hardships and, you know, the not knowing when he was going to eat and, you know, squatting and being poor, like, whenever he preached, like, it you know, it was a light in the darkness, I guess. So when he got to Acorn and Earthseed, you know, she kind of told him about it, and he's like, he's like, this is stupid. This is dumb. And I'm being very, like, base level, but that's literally how he was. He was like, what do you mean God has changed? What the fuck? God is God. He's God. So I kind of knew, like, I was hoping that maybe they would have more of like a brotherly, sisterly bond. But when I saw that he was not moving on his stance to be like a Christian, I was like, uh-oh, here we go. Two egos, one plot of land, only one person gonna win. So one of the rules of Earthseed is that you weren't supposed to teach anything else besides Earthseed. You could believe what you wanted to believe. They didn't force. One thing I liked is that they didn't force Earthseed onto anybody who wasn't ready or who didn't want it. You just had to contribute to the community, but you weren't allowed to teach anybody any other practices. But that they never said that you couldn't practice whatever it is that you want to practice, right? You just couldn't go around being like, but God said, or whatever, which essentially is fair. I find it fair because my house, my rules, you know, my cult, my vibes. So they have these things called the gathering, right? Imagine finding your long lost sibling who you thought died and letting your religious beliefs come in between y'all. Right. We need to talk about how Mark is a big parallel to the powerlessness and young masculinity. He was the only one who got out. Too. Rest of Lauren's family was confirmed dead by Mark. So essentially they have these things they call them gatherings where you get together. You could say whatever you could, you know, they discuss things. So they'll discuss either Earthseed verses or, you know, modes of thought or whatever it is. But there's always a discussion. You just can't present something to, basically it's like you can't, there is a questioning. You know how in the Bible word is law, right? Whatever the Bible says, that's what God said, that's what it is. But you just can't say something. Like, I'm pretty sure whatever Lauren wrote when it came to Earthseed and she presented to them new information, they talked about it. And you just can't present new information off the top of your head and expect us to just go along with it. It was an open room of open way of communication, which I actually like, right? So Mark, still on his, not even on his high, because he didn't preach for a long time. He essentially tried to go to Los Angeles and got jumped on the highway and got sold into prostitution, and that's what he was doing until Lauren bought him. And just to add this in here, I have a note. I actually wrote it down on a note. I really hope I ain't messing up my computer screen with this thing. Let's circle back. Let's circle back real quick to when, where is it? Let's circle back to when, remember when the community was burnt down by the people who like to start the fires. That was in the first book. No, down, go down. I know, blah, blah, blah. I'm sorry, y'all. I have a lot of notes this time compared to the last time. Where is it? Come on, Rachel. I'm sorry, y'all. Basically, there was something I wanted to read, but basically the people who are burning down the fucking the fire people who are burning everything down were rich. They were rich. And the reason why they was like, oh, we were burning down communities to give to the poor, but the poor in the communities, the people in the wall communities were poor. And instead of using their fucking resources and money to help the poor, actually, they went down fucking up other poor people's lives. I really want this quote so bad. I want this quote so bad, bro. Oh, where is it? Okay, okay, wait, hold on. Hold on. Please, Rachel. Where is it? No, I can't find it. I was thinking, okay, maybe if I highlight stuff, I would be able to find it quicker. No, absolutely not. I'll find it eventually. We'll talk about it later. But yeah, the new depths to drugs in this book were great. Rich people choosing the fire arson drug to burn poor people's homes, and the drug that Lauren's mom took as a pharmacy drug that was viewed as necessary to get through higher education. Doesn't that sound like it's literally like a jacked up Adderall? If I had Adderall or ADHD meds in college, I probably would have finished. I ain't even gonna lie. I ain't gonna hold you. I probably would have finished. So what was I talking about before I said back it up? Let's talk about these rich ass people who are ruining rich ass people's lives. I mean, poor people's lives as per usual. Yeah, that's because you have ADHD. That is true. That is true. Marking the people he met. Marking the people he met. Oh, okay. So Mark wanted to be a preacher. He was like, hey, at this next meeting, at this next gathering, I have a sermon ready, basically. So Lauren, is Dr. BT here? BT! I knew you were gonna come in here. You never miss a stream. Oh Lord. So basically Mark tells his sister, he tells Olamina, he's like, I'm gonna do a sermon. And then she's like, I'm gonna let you know this right now. At this gathering, you just can't tell people to believe in God and they just gonna take it. They're gonna question you and they're going to, it's a discussion. It's not a sermon. I don't have sermons here at the gathering. We have discussions. You can do your sermon, but at the end, they're gonna ask you questions. So I'm just letting you know, if you do this is what's gonna happen. So he's like, all right, bet, right? So he does his sermon, flops. flops terribly. Why? Because they're asking him questions. They're like, basically, I forgot the sermon that he used. It was basically a discussion on change. And I really wish I didn't take as many notes. Help me, Rachel. Because I literally have the sermon. I thought I did. I thought I did a good job organizing this shit. Where is it? Is this it? Cancel. Do that. Delete. Move. No. Give me a second. I'm so mad. Why did I do this to myself? Oh, BT, I need to make you a mod over on YouTube anyway. Because I couldn't find your name. Add as moderator. I couldn't find your name over on YouTube. So there we go. Boom. Oh, I think I found it. So here it goes. So basically this is, it says, Lauren says, I mean, we're as serious about the discussion as you are about the sermon. Some of our people might probe and dissect in ways you won't like. And he goes, okay, I can handle it. No, I don't think he could. But an unpleasant thing should be done quickly if it must be done at all. My brother had a sermon ready. He'd been working on it in his spare moments. Since I was scheduled to speak at the gathering this morning, I was able to step aside and let him speak at once. He didn't pull his punches. He confronted us, challenged us directly from the Bible. First from Isaiah, the grass withered, the flower fadeth, but the word of our God will stand forever. Then later from Malachi, for I am the Lord, I change not, which is in direct opposition of Lauren's religion or theology or whatever of Earthseed, which is literally the first sentence in Earthseed is God is change. So he did this shit to be petty. And that's what I knew. I was like, uh-oh, I don't think I'm gonna like Mark. I was like, damn, I don't think I'm gonna like this character, am I? And boy, okay. And then from the Holy Hebrews, Jesus Christ, the same yesterday and today and forever. Be not carried about with divers and strange doctrines. This, ooh! Also, Mark would have had his ass whooped in any proper Bible study with critical thinking based on his cherry picking of passages. Exactly. So Lauren goes on to write, Mark doesn't have our father's impressive voice, and he knows it. He uses what he has skillfully, and of course it helps. He's so good looking. But once he preaches his sermon on the changelessness of God, Jorge Cho spoke up. We believe that all things change, Jorge said. Even though all things don't necessarily change in all ways, why do you believe God doesn't change? My brother smiled. But even you believe that your God doesn't change. Your God promotes change, but he stays the same. That surprised me. Mark shouldn't have made such avoidable mistakes. He's had plenty of time to read, talk, and hear about Earthseed, but somehow he's misunderstood. Travis was the first to point out the error. God is change. He said, God promotes nothing at all. And Zara of all people said, our God is a male. God, change has no sex. Mark, you don't know enough about us yet to criticize us. They got on his ass. All right, and so Jorge goes on to say, why do you think your God doesn't change? How can you prove it? And Mark goes, I have faith. Belief must be based on faith as much on proofs. And Jorge says, but there must be some tests. You must have a way to know when your faith is sensible and when it makes no sense. And then Mark goes, the test is the Bible. When the Bible tells us something, in this case, it tells us several times, we could believe it. We have faith that is true. And then somebody else goes, in the Bible, God does things. Things happen. He reacts. He makes things. He gets angry. He destroys things. And then Mark goes, but he doesn't change. But then somebody was like, but to take action is to change. It's to go from action to inaction. And sometimes he goes from calmness to anger, and he gets angry a lot. And then another person says to Mark, in Genesis, he lets some of his favorite men have children with their sisters or daughters. But then in Leviticus and Deuteronomy, God says anyone who does that should be killed. Is that not change? They got on his ass, but the crazy thing is that Lauren warned him. Olamina warned him. She was like, listen, you gonna go in here, you gonna say this sermon, but I'm letting you know right now, my people are going to question you, because so don't come in here half-stepping. And what did he do? What did he do, chat? He half-stepped. Like a half-stepper. We don't half-step in here. Oh, God. Oh, wait, hold on. And, hold on. So Harry Butler, which we remember from the first book, he goes, every time any God is accepted by a new group of people, that God changes. And somebody tries to make it sweet, because I guess they could tell that Mark is getting like flustered. And they say, I think that the verses you read, Mark, mean that God is always God. Always there for us, always dependable that way. And of course, it means that God and God's word will never die. And a girl who I think she has a crush on Mark, but Mark doesn't have a crush on her. But she goes, so much of the Bible is metaphor. I remember that my mom used to try to take it absolutely literal, but it just meant that she had to ignore some things and twist others. So they got in his ass. So at the end, Lauren basically goes, and this is something I highlighted because essentially Marcus wasn't happy there, right? He wanted to preach. Nothing he did made him happy outside of preaching, and in order to be a part of Earthseed, you have to contribute in some way, shape, or form. You either have to teach, learn, do something. You just can't sit up there and do nothing. And since he didn't want to follow Earthseed's doctrine and he didn't like anything else but preaching, Lauren goes, but my brother needed to go off on his own, to have his own turf where he was the one who said yes or no and where everyone respected him. He needed that more than he needed anything, and he meant to have it all at once. But now, instead of feeling important and proud, he feels angry and embarrassed. I had to let him inflict those feelings on himself. I couldn't let him begin to divide Acorn. So she kind of set him up, but honestly, he felt like it was a setup, but she literally told him. Now, granted, she could have told him not to do it, right? Because, Genesis? What are you doing? What's that? She could have told him not to do it. Good night, Marcus. But I mean, I guess she was just trying to appease her brother. So, hold on. So I think this is where it kind of heats up, right? Is this the one? Why did I highlight this? No, I don't need that one. I need this one. So Mark spoke again at the gathering yesterday. This is the third time he's done it. Each time he learns more about Earthseed and tries harder to convince us that our beliefs are nonsense. He seems to have decided that the unity, the Christianity, and the hope that Jared has brought to the country makes Jared not the monster we all feared, but a potential savior. The country, he tells us, must get back to God or it's finished. So he essentially became MAGA. We lost our boy Mark the MAGA in the book. Because that's what Christian America in the book is. The actual church. The name of the church is called Christian America. Or Christian American. And they're essentially the MAGAs of that universe. So he essentially became a Trump supporter, yes. And so Mark goes, the Earthseed destiny is an airy nothing. The country is bleeding to death in poverty, slavery, chaos, and sin. This is the time for us to work for our salvation, not to divert our attention to fantasy explorations or extrasolar worlds. Hold on. So somebody was like, the destiny is important for the lessons it forces us to learn while we're here on Earth. For the people it encourages us to become. It's important for the unity and purpose that it gives us here on Earth. And in the future, it offers us a kind of species adulthood and species immortality when we scatter to the stars. And then the brother's like, the stars, you fucking nerds. Fucking nerds. Nerds. If you're looking for immortality in outer space, you've been misled. You already have an immortal soul. And when that soul spends eternity, where that soul spends eternity is up to you. Just like somebody who worships the Lord. They are so, I don't want my soul to be in hell. But don't mind being hell on earth. I don't want my soul to be in hell. But doesn't mind being a goddamn demon on the ground. What's up, Vulcan? It's biblical literalism with a lot of evangelical hierarchies, like men are greater than women and children. Him calling Earthsea fantasy, but then preaching the crazy events in the Bible is fact. Exactly. Not I'll take my chances in hell. Meanwhile, they don't know that there's gonna be hella barbecues in hell. Nathan, please. Mark subscribes to the idea that the only right kind of Christian is gonna get into heaven too. Listen, have I been streaming for an hour? I have. And my stream didn't die. I thought I only had on YouTube. I thought I only had an hour to stream for some reason. Am I still okay? I'm still okay. Thank God. It looked like I only had an hour to stream. Okay, we're good. We're good. Mark subscribes to the idea that the only right kind of Christian is going to get into heaven. So let's see. So basically, Zara goes, making sense, like she does. She's like, hey, Mark, if we have immortal souls, don't you think, hey, once we get to another planet that can, because in this universe, why did I think I could only stream for an hour? Because it looked like it had a countdown on this thing here. So that's why I only thought I had like an hour. So she's like, if we go to the stars, if we go on a planet, because in this universe, they actually found a planet where they can live. They're, unlike us. But it's not like, So it's like, we go to this planet, we have an immortal soul. Don't our soul, it don't matter which planet we go to. Like, our soul is our soul. So if we take it to the stars, wouldn't our soul still be a soul just because it's not on Earth? And then somebody goes, why do you find it so easy to believe we go to heaven after we die, but so hard to believe we can go into the heavens while we're alive? But if we want to do it someday, we'll do it. It's not impossible. So basically, Lauren's like, I told him while he was doing this or whatever, It wasn't gonna work, but he just didn't want to let it go. And she even told him, and I think this was like the turning point, right? So where they kind of like the relationship was like done. She was like, he was basically like, oh my God, your little cult so foolish. Why don't they believe in the Lord? And she basically goes, well, if you were anyone else, you would have been kicked out. And I only let you preach because you're my brother and I felt sorry for you. It was kind of like that. And that's when I was like, oh, oof. I mean, she wasn't wrong, but that's when it was just like her brother was on some, oh, okay, well, fuck you. I know his ego hurt. Well, yeah, it did. Speaking of which, one of my friends really upset me saying that he prefers the Christian nationalism because he doesn't like specific communities. Oh God, then that's not your friend. That's a hateful son of a bitch. So that's a stinker. So basically, here's a something that I highlighted. So he basically left. Mark is gone. This is what Lauren says in her journal. Mark is gone. He left yesterday with the Peraltas. They're gone for good too. They were the ones Mark managed to reach. They've always felt that we should be more Christian and more patriotic. They say Andrew Jarrett is our elected leader. He believes it's our patriotic duty, everyone's duty, to support Jarrett in his heroic effort to revive and reunify the country. They don't believe Jarrett's a fascist. They don't believe that church burnings, witch burnings, and other abuses are Jarrett's doing. Some of his followers are young and excitable, Ramiro Peralta says. Jarrett will put their asses into uniform. Then they'll learn some discipline. Jarrett hates all of this chaos the way I hate it. That's why I voted for him. Now he'll start putting things right. Earlier, around when Mark first got back after literal slavery, he was trying to talk to his sister about how his mama only left Keith, and Alamina said to forgive her instead of giving him time to process to figure that out himself. Yeah, I saw that one, but that's because she already forgave Corey. You know, she already went through it with realizing like, damn, Corey ain't my mama. So that was a little dismissive of her. Did this book predict today? Nothing's new under the sun. The author, Octavia Butler, lived through Reagan America. Like I said earlier, Reagan is a less obnoxious, was because he's burning in hell. Reagan was a less obnoxious Trump. But now he burns in hell. So this book explained the past, and the past is the same as today, pretty much. I get that, but it also meant that Mark fell under her hierarchy. Really? Well, yeah, I can see. Yeah. So he wanted to feel important. Not Ronald Reagan gone too late. Please, Reagan at least knew how to color match his makeup. Oh God, hold on. So it says here, because I know I highlighted a part, but I know there was a part after that I was like, I highlighted. I remember the part after, knowing goodness well I should have just highlighted the part after that I wanted to talk about because I wasn't gonna remember. So basically, she feels like the Peraltas are scared, which is, but then she goes, my brother, on the other hand, used to despise Jarrett. Now he said Jarrett is what America needs, and I'm afraid it's me he's begun to despise. He blames me for the failure of his gathering day sermons. He's gained no followers. The Peraltas like him and sort of agree with him. They see him as a nice boy. In fact, that's the way most people here in Acorn sees him. Excuse me, I didn't mean to burp. He thinks this is my fault. He insists that I coach people to attack and humiliate him at all 3 gatherings. And he says with a weary, irritating, honest smile, I forgive you. I might have done the same thing trying to protect my turf if I had any turf to protect. So Marcus just wanted something of his own, you know, going from having his own little congregation to now being under his big sister again, you know. And mind you, he's a growing young man. I believe he's like 19, 20 in the book now. So, you know, that young masculine energy, wanting to go out on your own. I want to be the man, whatever the hell that they go through. So the hierarchy idea of turf to protect. And you got to think he's a man who went through, how do I put it? Because of the fact that a good portion of his life was in slavery, it's like he can't see outside of scarcity. Like he has a scarcity mindset, and not because of his own doing, but because of how situations or things took place in his life. So me and my sister can't occupy the same space because I want all these people to follow me, but these are her people. But it's just like, you could have just existed, but he wanted what he wanted. So, and it is what it is. I remember in high school, Reagan passed. My history teacher at the time was British, and was waxing poetically about his wife in the funeral service. I had no love for that man in my heart. She asked how we felt about this passing, and me being one of the few blacks in the room said sorry to that man, but he destroyed communities like the one I grew up in. So, oh well, to his death. Right. Exactly. What's up, Tate? That is the principal foundation of the field of economics these days. They bring up scarcity all the time, leading up to why capitalism is the only way to go. Pretty much. Is there anything else? There's nothing else on this page that I wanted to talk about. He spoke at the gathering. I'm trying to go back to, there was another verse or another hold on. Oh, just to let y'all know, in this book, when they say hard currency, they're talking about Canadian money. Because America's so down in the shit, American money is no longer valuable. Because when they were like, oh, there was a part in the book where she was like, you know, sometimes they'll even pay you, like, hard currency is hard to come by. Sometimes people will pay you in American money or whatever. I was like, damn, what? Oh my God. This shit was crazy. I was like, damn, Canadian money? Cue the song, surprise, surprise. The turning to right-wing fundamentalism when things are going to shit makes sense. It's why it becomes so popular when it gives a convenient scapegoat. It's also why people turn to religion. They get to absolve themselves of their responsibility and their own undoing. America money is poor. This is foreshadowing too much. That ain't even predictive. That's just Octavia Butler watching how America was breaking shit and seeing a reasonable end. Yep. So this is something earlier in the book that Octavia, the daughter, said about her Uncle Mark, which makes sense. She said, hold on. Where is it that I wanted to? My mother was a sharer, a little adult at 15, and a survivor of the destruction of her whole neighborhood at 18. Perhaps that's why she was like, that was why she, like Uncle Mark, needed to take charged to bring her own brand of order to the chaos that she saw swallow so many of the people she loved. She saw chaos as natural and inevitable, and as clay to be shaped and directed. As she says in one of her verses, I'm gonna read the verse because it's here. Chaos is God's most dangerous face, amorphous, rolling, hungry. Shape chaos, shape God. Act. Alter the speed or the direction of change, vary the scope of change, recombine the seeds of change, transmute the power of change. Seize change, use it, adapt, and grow. I like how whenever Lauren writes her verses, she sometimes flips from God to change. You notice how in these verses she uses change instead of God, even though God is change. Think about how more moving the scriptures would be if you added, instead of saying change, you add God, like this. Alter the speed or the direction of God, vary the scope of God, recombine the seeds of God, transmute the impact of God, seize God, use it, adapt, and grow. Doesn't that sound like, it sounds more powerful, but it's not. I feel like she picks and chooses to, so that way the message could be more palatable for people and it doesn't scare them off. You see what I'm saying? If that makes sense, or is it just me that feels that way? Because she'll flip them out depending on the verse. It's a very strategic rhetorical movement. We'll talk about it later, but I think the ways that this book is different from our present is also really interesting. Because they're way more technologically advanced than we are in comparison in this universe, but they're also way more poor than we are, which is kind of wild when you think about it. So the daughter goes on to say, my Uncle Mark, on the other hand, hated chaos. It wasn't one of the faces of his God. It was unnatural. It was demonic. He hated what it had done to him and what he needed to prove that he was, not. Wait, look, he hated what it done. The dyslexia is dyslexia. And hold on, I got to actually stare at the words. And I have on a dyslexia font, so I don't know why hold on. He hated what it had done to him, and he needed to prove that he was not what it had forced him to become. There we go. No Christian minister could ever hate sin as much as Mark hated chaos. His gods were order, stability, safety, and control. What's up, Fotizzle? He was a man with a wound that would not heal until he could be certain that what had happened to him could not happen again to anyone ever. My father called my mother a zealot. I think that name applies even more to Uncle Mark. Keep this in mind. I'm gonna repeat it so y'all. My father called my mother a zealot. I think this name applies even more to Uncle Mark. And yet I think Uncle Mark was more of a realist. Uncle Mark wanted to make Earth a better place. Uncle Mark knew that the stars could take care of themselves. Which sounds good in theory, but Uncle Mark, I'm not going to call him the B word because I called him the B word several times as I was reading this book, but you will see why in the end. But Uncle Mark is, let's just say, a stinker. I was like, this bitch. I was so pissed off at him. So bad. Hold on, I'm gonna get back to the story, to the plot. I'm just trying to give y'all like a little something. Also, here goes I found the verse where they were like, these people were rich. Hold on, is this it? This is it. Blah 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 blah. I wish we had been with you, then we could have been just beaten up. Okay. He paused. He said, I'm talking about like when they had to run and the people were painted and they was causing stuff to be on fire. Cause I had to read this quote. He paused. You know, I met some paints later. That's what they call them, paints. They used to take a drug that made them look at fire and just be enraptured in the fire and blah, blah, blah. Most of them killed themselves off with their drugs or with their drug-induced love of fire. But there are still a few around. Anyway, I was collared with some a few months ago. They said their whole deal was to help the poor by killing off the rich and letting the poor take their stuff. If you lived in a place where houses weren't falling down, and especially if you had a wall around your house or your neighborhood, that meant you were rich. The crazy thing was, a lot of the paint kids really were rich. One of the girls I met, her family had more money than our whole neighborhood put together. She had pretty much given up everything for the paints, but in the end, her friends betrayed her. One day while she was spaced out on something, they sold her to be collared because they were still young and cute, because she was young and cute. And they needed money for drugs, but she still thought she'd done some good. When I read that, I was like, figures. That sounds like some shit rich kids would do when the world is fucking collapsing. Is paint code for crack? No. Paint is, there was these people in the first book who used to like cover themselves in paint and take a drug that made fire like they would look at fire and just space out or orgasm. So yeah. And they would go around setting people on fire and doing other things. So anyway, back to where I left off before we got into the whole Mark situation. So we were talking about the Crusaders, okay? They could have just donated some of their wealth for a good cause. Exactly. A zealot is a person who is passionately devoted to a cause, ideology, or belief system, often to an extreme degree. That's why I said save that for later for Mark. That wench. But it's crazy. As much as I can't stand him, I still have some sort of like, reading the book, I couldn't hate him fully. You know, he wasn't the bad guy. The bad guy was America, white supremacy, Jared, Christian America, the Crusaders, and rich people who didn't want to sell, and the company towns and companies that ran company towns. Those were the bad guys. Mark was just a victim of circumstance. But he could have went a better route. Thank you for the follow. Welcome in. I was gonna say, so they like people who go to Burning Man. That's a few steps above Burning Man, pretty much. So when the Crusaders came upon Acorn, upon Earthseed to Acorn, they enslaved the people there at Acorn. And of course, it was one of those things where and you're heathens, we're gonna teach you about the Lord, when the entire time they were being god awful. So they put collars on everybody in the camp. And this is where we find out that Bankole dies and Zara dies. Other people died too, but I know y'all remember, for the people who didn't read the book but was here the last book club, Bankole, we know, is Lauren's husband, and Zara is Lauren's best friend. She's the one who came up with her from the old neighborhood. So I didn't cry this time, but I think the first time I read the book I cried. Not Zara, my Shayla, please. Yes, that's what I told them about, them taking Octavia Larkin away. So this was essentially what happened. They came down in armored cars, the Crusaders, and they basically hit them with the people in the camp with paralysis gas or whatever, some new thing that's in that universe that I don't think that we have, but shit, we might. knowing what the hell goes on with military research. And how Bankole died is when they had the men and women separated. When they had the men and women separated with the collars on the neck, they were shocking all of the men to let them know who's in charge, essentially. Just so y'all don't get it fucked up, we're gonna shock you type shit. And they went to shock Bankole, and he essentially like had a seizure, started convulsing, and died. But that's because Bankole was literally an elder. He had to be in like his late 50s. And they shocked him so hard that he died. With Zara, the way she died is that the gas that was used could essentially, like, it was really dangerous to kids or people who are child size. I didn't realize how small Zara was, you know, but when they put it like that, I was like, damn. Like, I didn't realize how teeny tiny she was. So because she was so small and petite, they ended up gassing her and she ended up dying. But the children didn't die because when they took the kids, they went ahead and there's an antidote for it. So they went ahead, they took the kids and they gave them an antidote. But going back to those collars, there was, when the men and women were separated, there was a girl, I think her name was Teresa, who tried to escape. She got out the window, and when she got out the window, she would just like, she started screaming because the collar was hurting her. Them bastards left her out there screaming. Lauren, in the book, she screamed for so long that it got to a point where it's like she couldn't scream anymore. It was just groans and grunts. And the shock and the pain happened for like, I think a day or two, and to the point where she died. So yeah, when she died, I screamed. I had to pull over. Yeah, that was a tough one. I liked Zara. I didn't want to see her go, but this story, Parable of the Sower was about the group. This story wasn't about the group. So the first time I read it and I saw that she wasn't really talking about the people in the camp as much, in my mind, I was like, oh shit, anybody can get it. But I was not thinking Zara though. I was not thinking Zara. This story focuses solely on Lauren, honestly, and whoever crosses her path. This is maybe, like, there's bits and pieces about her daughter's upbringing. There's bits and pieces about what Bankole, there's bits and pieces about Mark a little bit, not as much, but this is solely her story, right? So once I saw that, oh, she wasn't really writing too much about the group, I was like, shit, this is gonna be a HBO series. What's up, Orzu? Thank you for the 23 months. I appreciate it. Thank y'all for the love. I appreciate. But yeah, so hold on, because I know oh shit. Where is it? Oh, and just to let y'all know, Lauren's daughter is a Cancer. She was born on Lauren's birthday. So all great people are, well, women are Cancers. The men folks, y'all got some explaining to do. I'm about to read this one passage here because I liked it. And it I feel like I'm preaching from the book of Earthseed here. God damn. Okay. Y'all better be lucky I'm a yapper and I'm an entertaining yapper. Cause just imagine. Okay. Basically, the opening of the book has some hope, and then Trump-like leader gets elected, and the home of Earthsea gets raided with 7 massive military trucks, and they take all their possessions worth anything, pretty much, and the children. Okay, so this is from Earthsea, the Books of the Living. You wouldn't lead a book club if you weren't a yapper. That is true. It says here. Oh, also, well, this is something that we have to think about. Let's think about it before the end of the book club, because we gonna need to answer. Who's choosing the next book? Because I chose twice, because you know I wanted to get these 2 out the way. So I don't know. Should we pull from a hat? Should we do like a random thing? What should we do? So think about that while I read this. Okay, it says here. Choose your leaders Choose your leaders with wisdom and forethought. To be led by a coward is to be controlled by all that the coward fears. To be led by a fool is to be led by opportunists who control the fool. To be led by a thief is to offer up your most precious treasures to be stolen. To be led by a liar is to ask to be told lies. To be led by a tyrant is to sell yourself and those you love into slavery. Why are all of these things our current president? Every single last one of these things. God damn. Thank you, Sames. Because he's a textbook villain. Literally, all he's missing is, and I don't want to say it, but all he's missing is a mustache. All villains have a mustache. I don't know what it is about a mustache, but it just reeks sinister energy. So, but yeah, literally, I saw that passage. I was like, what in the entire fuck? Are you serious? Are you kidding me right now? Oh God. Hold on. Blah, 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 blah. All right, so this is what happens in the camp. There's a lot of shit that happens in this camp. Oh, child, the camp is most of the book, I think. I could be wrong. This is textbook colonialism and white supremacy is painfully unoriginal. Hell, it might cover up a bit of the ugly. Now that we are told that our children have been saved from our wickedness, they've been given good Christian homes, we won't see them again unless we leave our heathenism behind and prove that we become people who can be trusted near Christian children. Out of kindness and love, our captors we are required to address them as teacher, have provided for our children. They have put our children's feet on the pathway to good, useful American citizenship here on earth and to a place in heaven when they die. Now we, the adults and older kids, must be taught to walk the same path. We must be re-educated. We must accept Jesus Christ as our savior, Jared's Crusaders as our teacher, Jared as God's chosen restorer of America's greatness, and the Church of Christian America as our church. Only then will we be Christian patriots worthy to raise children. We do not struggle against this. Our captors order us to kneel, to pray, to sing, to testify, and we do. I've made it clear to others through my own behavior that we should obey. Why should anyone resist and risk torture or death? That's one thing I love about Lauren's character, is that she always thinks ahead. For her to be very young, and part of me wishes that Octavia Butler made her a little bit older, but I understand her decision for making her young. But a part of me does wish she was a little bit older, because her forethought is like amazing. And it is due to the fact that, hey, she had to grow up like fast because of the world that she lived in. So she tells her followers, she's like, hey, these people come in, don't be trying to act like Captain Save-A-Ho. Do what they say to do, but while you're doing what they tell you to do, listen to their conversations. If they take you into their room, because we know if it's a group of people who's saying they're gonna come and save you, and they're mostly men, we know what they're gonna do. She said when they take you to their rooms and they want to do that pillow talk, listen to everything, look at everything, and bring it back to us so we could come up with a plan. So that way we can escape without major loss. And that's basically what they do. Hold on. Blah, blah, blah. Why did I highlight this? Oh, I just highlighted a verse, a piece of a paragraph that says, President Jarrett and his followers in Christian America believe that one of the many things that have gone wrong with the country was the intrusion of women into men's business. I've seen recordings of him saying this in large audiences of both men and women, of course, cheering and applauding wildly. In fact, I've discovered, hold on, that's not what I wanted to read. Oh, she's talking about, this is Asha talking about how she got her name. But the same goes on in the camp. Women get punished more if a woman is caught talking to a man, because they're not supposed to talk to each other. So if a woman is caught talking to a man, the woman gets shocked. You know, there's even a part, and I think I highlighted it. So these men are so sick that they get their joy, of course, from hurting people. And you know that Lauren is a sharer, so she can share the good. She could feel the pain, but she can also feel the pleasure. So while one of the I'm sorry, but Mama, I just realized. Imagine, because how do I put this in a way? Because I don't want to say it, but you know, Lauren does get, in the book, she does get sexually assaulted. So with her being a sharer, and just, I don't want to say it because it's making me cringe, but just, yeah, she feels all the pleasure, and just having to feel the pleasure of your abuser, that would be enough to make me want to just yank. Listen, I'm gonna go out like a G. Like, what's her name in the book? I forgot her name. She's the mother to Doe, I think. Not Doe. What's her name? What's her name? Somebody tell me so I can remember. So basically Lauren felt the pleasure of the men shocking people who had the necklace on, and she just felt like so disgusted with herself. What's up, Trin? Which is like, there's like, and it's like, these are the same people who are like, we're doing this for God, but you're going around sexually abusing people. You're going around hurting people, but yeah, they're the heathens. Like, come on, bro. I forgot her name. I can't think of it. Blah, 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 blah. So, okay, this is a good part of the book. Hold up. What is this? What did I highlight? Why did I highlight this? I should have, next time I'm gonna add notes, even though I do have notes, but I need to add more notes when I highlight something. So that way the note and the highlight are the same. Oh my goodness. Is that Christine? How'd she find me? How'd she find me over here? Why does she find me everywhere? Over on the other YouTube. Welcome in, Langers. Like you said earlier, nothing new under the sun. It's called Call of Colonization. Yeah, I need to start doing annotations. Exactly. You're gonna be like that old English teacher who's read the book about 25 times and their book is wrecked. Shut up. uh, is this the part? Yeah, that was the part where, so she meets this dude in the camp and his name is David. People want to call him Day, or he wants people to call him Day. Essentially, he develops a crush on Olamina because, you know, Olamina, she popping or whatever. Leash, I'm free from jail. What the hell, D3? Why would the fuck was you in jail? What the hell? I don't like jail. Don't go back to jail. So David basically wanted to stage a breakout, right? And this is the year that she didn't write. There's is it 2024 or 2034? I think it's 2034. The year of 2034, we don't hear nothing from her. We literally, the only thing that we get from her is from somebody else's account. But this is what David says about the outside, because she's like, people have to know what the Crusaders are doing. And so it says here, most people don't know about the camps, Day says. He's learned from talking to other collared men that there are a few small camps like Camp Christian, and that's what they called Acorn when they took it over. One of the Camp Christian, they couldn't think of a better name. Not jail, leash, been there. Shut up, BT. One of the big ones is up at an abandoned prison in Del Norte County, and the other one is down in Fresno County. People don't realize how free poor vagrants are being treated. But he's afraid that even if they did know, they wouldn't care. The likelihood is that people with legal residence would be glad to see a church taking care of thieving, drug taking, drug selling, disease spreading, homeless free poor, which is, whoa, Jesus. Not robbing banks is illegal, but I guess I'm free. Oh my God. Back when I was at home, my aunt and uncle would have felt like that, Day says. We walked the highways and scrounge and scavenge and ask for work. And all of that reminds people that what's happened to us can happen to them. They don't like to think about stuff like that, so they get mad at us. They make the cops arrest us or run us out of town. They call us names and wish somebody would do something to make us disappear. And now somebody's doing just that. Think about all the times that a lot of people don't see houseless people as human beings. Just, they don't even, it's almost like their minds don't even see a person or whatever, or they just become invisible. That's literally what happens. And so you get a ruler or a leader who takes care of the miscreants. A lot of people wouldn't care in this timeline. So shit. So about David staging a coup, I'm trying to make sure I skip any quotes here. I'm learning, but I'm interested in the book y'all discussion. Why don't y'all read the book? I done talked about reading Parable of the Talents for almost 2 months. 2 months. Y'all just don't like to read. And you know what? That's fine. Okay. When reading becomes a privilege, don't say I didn't tell you so. Oh, Lord. Jesus Christ. How long have I been talking about this damn book club? I'm not trying to add a note. What are you doing? I'm trying to press this button here. I don't want to read that one. I don't even know why I quoted that one. I like to read, but I don't like a lot of authors' narrative voices. What does that even mean? Leash really became a damn English teacher, right? I missed my calling, you know. Oh shit. But okay, let me tell y'all about the revolt that happened. So Lauren meets a guy named David. They get to know each other kind of as much as they can. They really can't talk to each other, so it's more like passing messages and stuff like that. And basically David is like a smooth talker. He's charismatic, so he's trying to get people to be on his side when they want to stage a breakout. So Lauren is basically trying to tell him, don't do that. We don't have enough information. It's stupid. They have way more resources than us. We don't know what's going on. But mind you, this is not from her journals. This is told from somebody who was a survivor from the breakout, right? That didn't happen. Well, the first breakout, the second breakout did happen. And well, yeah, because they actually broke out. Also, I need pictures when words are bunched up together. My eyes hurt. Well, good thing the graphic novel is coming out. I think it's already out, if I'm not mistaken. So this one was a lot to get through. 2 months wasn't enough for this. Also, because it took me until last week to even get access to the book. It's popular. Of course it's popular now. Of course it's popular now. Especially now. Everybody's like, oh my God, Octavia Butler, she saw the future. No, Octavia Butler saw the present and the past, and she saw that shit wasn't changing. So she was like, if we don't do something, this is gonna be the future. Yeah, there's a graphic novel coming out. I already read the first graphic novel for this, so I'm gonna read the second one probably sometime this week. And it's really good too, but it's just not as in depth, of course. So they try to stage a breakout, but Lauren's like, she's telling all her people, don't do it. When he gives the signal, all of the people from Earthsea lay on the ground. Lay on the ground and put your hands behind your neck and just hope for the best. So he does it. All the people from Earthsea lay on the ground and they massacre everybody who's not on the ground. Now, of course, everybody else, not everybody else, but of course, everybody gets the punishment. But because Earthsea didn't attack, they get to live. And unfortunately, what ends up happening is that they shock David to the point where he's like fried. They lynch him because, of course, and David is a black man, so it makes it even worse. And I believe they cut off his genitals. So because that's, but they're the ones who are not savage and wicked. Oh, that shit pissed me off so much. Oh, the graphic novel came out 2 days ago. I know what I'm reading. So after that, I guess conditions were so bad that I believe like Lauren just couldn't write for a year. But then in that next year, I think that's when they just started being like, enough is enough is enough. So hold on. Also, wait. Should I go back? Because something really mirrored. Hold on. Hold on. Maybe I shouldn't go back. I'm gonna go for it, but I'm gonna go back later. That's also a reference to how black men are treated in terms of American history stereotypes. Tell me about it. It's just so god awful and hateful and just vile and it just goes to show you just how disgusting colonizers are and just how it's like they call everybody else animalistic and savage, wicked. They don't have any but then you look at all of their history. They used to eat black people. They used to eat us. They used to eat us. Like, but we're the fucked up ones. Okay. All right. And then the damage that they've done to our our reputation across the world. It's like they're the ones who came and got us from Africa, took us here, enslaved us, and then told the world that black people are shiftless, they're monsters, they're scary. But we ain't never enslaved nobody. We ain't never take over nobody's country. We ain't never do anything like that. But we're the bad ones. We're the ones who are just terrible. We steal. We steal. We're the thieves. I just don't get it, bro. Like, that pisses me off so bad. Don't get me started, because I'll go on a whole rant. I will go on a whole rant. And I just saw Sinners today too. Maybe I should have waited to watch Sinners before I decided to do this book club, because I'm all hopped up on Sinners and Parable of the Talents. This is not a good combination. Oh my God. To cast blame on someone else is to mask your own stuff. And they did a good job at indoctrinating the world and making them believe that black people are just terrible people, and that the world should be scared of us. Like, I don't understand it, bro. I don't. But that's what it is. Okay, so this is a section where we see Octavia, Lauren's daughter, talk. And she goes, it's hard to believe that kind of thing happened here in the United States in the 21st century, but it did. It shouldn't have happened in spite of all of the chaos that had gone before. Things were healing. People like my mother were starting small businesses, living simply, becoming more prosperous. Crime was down in spite of the sad things that happened to the Neuer family and to Uncle Mark. Even my mother said that things were improving. Yet Andrew Jarrett was able to scare, divide, and bully people, first into electing him president, then into letting him fix the country for them. He didn't get to do anything he wanted to do. He was capable of much greater fascism. I cannot say that word without fascism. So were most of his avid followers. Oh, and just to let y'all know, hold up. And this is okay, thank God. This is something that I highlighted, but there's other things I want to read underneath it. I love how this has opened a dialogue for so many communities. Leisha's pulling a full Sean Connery. I cannot say that word. Just plainly, fascism, because it's the SCM. I can't do it. Okay, to continue, it says, for people like my mother, Jared's fanatical followers were the greater danger. During Jared's first year in office, the worst of his followers ran amok, filled with righteous superiority and popular among the many frightened ordinary citizens who only wanted order and stability. The fanatics set up the camps. Meanwhile, Jared himself was busy with the ridiculous, obscene Alcan War. Here's the background. Alaska said, fuck you, America. We're becoming our own country. Canada and America beefing. Boom. Canada don't like Jared because Jared's talking shit about Alaska, because he said Alaska is our truant 49th state, basically throwing shade. So Alaska's like, fuck you, Jared. If America was great, then we wouldn't have had to leave. And you know Jared couldn't let that slide, so a war started. But Canada sided with Alaska. So now, I mean, Canada in comparison to the United States on its own, it would have been just like, oh shit. But because Alaska had Canada, you know, it's extra fitting because Alaska also had a shit ton of residential schools, just like Canada. If Jared's thugs weren't locking poor people into collars, Jared himself was seducing them into the military and feeding them into what turned out to be a useless, stupid exercise in destruction. The already weakened country all but collapsed. Too many Americans, whether or not they belonged to Christian America, had friends in both Canada and Alaska. People deserted or left the country to avoid the draft. There was one at last, and the saying was during the war that healthy young men were America's biggest export. There was much slaughter on both sides of the Canadian border, and there were air and naval attacks on the coastal cities of Alaska. The war was like an exaggeration of the attempted breakout at Camp Christian. Much blood was shed, but little was accomplished. The war began in anger, bitterness, and envy at nations who appeared to be on their way up, just as our country seemed to be on the downward slide. Then the war just petered out. At first, there was much fighting, much destruction, much screaming and flag waving. Then gradually, over 2034, a terrible, bitter weariness seemed to creep over people. Poor families saw their sons drafted and killed, and they said, for nothing. It was harder than ever to buy decent food. What's that on my screen? Much of our grain over the past years of climate change and chaos have been imported from Canada, after all. In the end, in late 2034, peace talks began. After that, except for a lot of hard feelings and occasional nasty incidents, the war was over. The border between Canada and America stayed where it had been, and Alaska remained an independent country. It was the first state to officially, completely, successfully secede from the Union. People were saying that Jared's home state of Texas would be next. In less than a year, because this all happened in the span of a year, in less than a year, Jared went from being our savior, almost the second coming in some people's minds, to being an incompetent son of a bitch who was wasting our substance on things that didn't matter. Wowzers. Oh God, what is life? I don't want my life to play out like an Octavia Butler novel, or I love her writing, but I don't want this to be my life. I don't want it to be my life. Oh, Jesus Christ. Oh man, hold on. What up? Blah blah blah. Okay, so wait, this is when they escaped. So basically they end up escaping. Well, they end up killing everybody at the camp. Well, hold on, because that was broad, and I don't want y'all to think like Earthseed died. I mean, Earthseed killed all of the Christian American people, the church people in the camp, and they was able to escape. Yes. So basically the boarding school enslavers, right? So basically they escape, and they end up spreading out because they're like, listen, we just killed all these MFers in here. That part. They're like, we just kill all these MFers in here. Let us spread out, because if we go together as a group, somebody might recognize us, and all of that. So we'll just be better like splitting up into small little groups. So everybody kind of went their separate ways. Lauren ended up going, oh, and I forgot to tell you what happened to Allie. Oh, okay. So Genesis? Jay, what are you doing? You couldn't wash your hands in the bathroom? Anyway, like I was saying, thank you for the follow. Welcome, man. Welcome to this mess. So, in the first book, y'all remember that Allie and her sister, I forgot the sister's name, Lauren and them found them on the side of the road. They essentially rescued them, and then Allie and her sister became a part of the group. The sister ended up dying from a gunshot wound, and Allie became an essential member in Earthseed. While they were locked up, when the Christian American people were there, Allie was in an entanglement. She was in basically a relationship with a woman there. And you can't be gay, you can't scissor in Christian American. Thou shalt not scissor as a commandment. So what ended up happening is that some bitches told on them so that way they could save their hide. They told on them, and Allie and the girl who she was messing with got shocked so bad that the girl ended up dying, the girl she was in a relationship with. And Allie almost became, like, for lack of a better term, I don't want to say, can we say vegetable? Is that offensive? But she almost became like, what's the word? Like, they almost, give me a word. I'm not trying to say the wrong one. Not thou shalt not rub Arby's roast beef together. Welcome, and I think who's that? Who subscribed? Well, that's probably on my other channel. And if I recall, that was the first and only betrayal of Earthseed members. Yup, catatonic. Thank you, Corbatson. So yeah, so Allie almost became, well, she was catatonic, but thankfully she regained like her memories and stuff back. But yeah, she was like zoned out. So Lauren ended up going with Allie and Harry. I don't think they went with anybody else. It was just them three that I remember. So they ended up going to, saved her from another Twitter thread. I know, right? Because I'm like, somebody give me a word, because I ain't trying. Oh, Lord. Not subscribe to these. Swallow, shut up. God damn it. A preacher was the first man to hit on you. Oh my God. Hello. So they ended up going to this place called Georgetown, which they've been before. And they had like a good relationship with the people in Georgetown. So they were able to, like, find their way and get back on their feet as much as they can. They never stopped looking for their kids. Harry broke off from the group to go find his child. What else happened? And Lauren never stopped looking for or trying to pick up leads on where her daughter was. Is there anything that I highlighted in this area? I did highlight this one. She said before they all left and separated, she said, "You are Earthseed. You will always be. I love you. I love you all." Somehow I went on. Not everyone in this country stands with Andrew Jarrett. We know that. Jarrett will pass and we will still be here. We know more about survival than most people. I know why I highlighted that, because I felt like that applies, especially I feel like that applies to Black people. And I mean, honestly, any, you know, person of color, but I just like the way it was written. It's like not everyone in this country just swap out Andrew Jarrett with Orange bitch, and there we go. Orange man will pass, and we will still be here. We know more about survival than most people. My people, us Black and beautiful people. Okay. It's within us. And I think that is why I know that's why I highlighted that. So, let's see. I feel so bad for that little boy they picked up in the first book. He lost his bio mom, then he lost his new mother figure. But she ends up finding him. So Allie does. Well, Justin finds her. Mind you, he was an 11-year-old boy, and he ran away from his home and ended up finding Allie. So they were reunited. They were reunited. Let's see. But we later find out that even though many people had sons, brothers, and husbands or other male relatives who may have been injured or killed in the Alcan War, they still love Jarrett. So there's always going to be people that love people who do shitty things. It says here, the working poor who love Jarrett want to be fooled, need to be fooled. They scratch a living, working long, hard hours at dangerous, dirty jobs, and they need a savior. Poor women in particular tend to be deeply religious and more than willing to see Jarrett as a second coming. Religion is all they have. Their employers and their men abuse them. They bear more children than they can feed. They bear everyone's contempt. And yet, whether or not extreme Jarrettites say it's a sin, they want pictures of their little ones. So she draws pictures. She's learned how to draw. And this is one of the ways that she gets people to join Earthseed, right? So, because in Jarrett's Christian America, you're not supposed to have any pictures of yourself because that's, what is it, idolatry or some stupid shit like that. I don't know the rules. I'm a sinner. Ooga booga. Oh, I sin. I'm a sinner. What's up, Rocky? I'm trying to make sure. What else did I highlight before I go off script here? And where are my notes? I wrote notes. Okay, so I'm gonna freestyle this last little part, right? We know you sin, you tell us about them all the time. 10 minutes. I want 10 minutes of, no, this is not the time to say it. I'll save that for tomorrow when we turn up. Cause I was about to, ooh. I'm changed. I find Michael B. Jordan attractive. I've changed. I wanted 10 minutes then and there. Clone him. I have 2 holes for a reason. Anyway, so this is why we hate Marcus. And I will tell you why. I've been waiting for this. Because I hate that BITCH. But before I tell you about Marcus, hold on. I want to go back to some of my earlier notes here. I mean, he's attractive. He is attractive. But to me, he was never like sexually attractive. Like, I didn't really look at him and be like, oh, I want to. But he was a very handsome man. I give him that. But in that movie, clone him. Make triplets. I have 3 holes. Fill me like a donut. All right, anyway, let's see here. What blah, 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 blah. Let me go to my my earlier notes here because I feel like I missed a lot. Because I went from the Wikipedia page to the book. All right, so in the prologue, it says here, I'm dealing with intergenerational trauma from this book, and you're talking about your holes. Not your holes. Cravati, I'm sorry. I had to make it a little light. The stuff we're talking about is kind of heavy, so I had to lighten up the atmosphere a little bit. It's like farting in the elevator. You gotta do it sometimes. Y'all, I'm so childish. I'm so fucking childish, bro. So I'm scrolling on TikTok. 3 is impressive. I'm scrolling on TikTok, and you know that those TikToks where it'll be some guy and he's faking like he's farting or whatever while people are walking by. I'm in my room cracking the fuck up because somebody is faking that they're farting and people are like, what the fuck? I said, what am I, 11? Why am I laughing at this shit? Especially like when he jumps and kicks and fart and people be flinching. And then he says, he has a saying where he was like, oh, they've been fartled. Like startled, but with fart. They've been fartled. I'm sorry. Oh God. I feel like a child. Like, why am I laughing at this shit? Am I a child? No. Oh God. Okay, that was our silly goofy moment. Let me go back to my earlier notes here before I tell you why we should hate Marcus and why he deserves nothing. Oh, your dogs fartle themselves all the time. I've never fartled myself, but there are some times where I rip one and I'm like, oh, that came from my ass? Like, who farted? That was not from me. Oh God. Ooh, Lord. Anyway. All right, so in the beginning, in the prologue, it says, they'll make a god of her. I think that would please her if she could know about it. In spite of all of her protests and denials, she's always needed devoted, obedient followers, disciples who would listen to her and believe everything she told them. And she needed large events to manipulate. All gods seem to need these things. It says here, I've wanted to love her and to believe that what happened between her and me wasn't her fault. I've wanted that, but instead I've hated her, feared her, needed her. I've never trusted her though. Never understood how she could be the way she was. So focused and yet so misguided. There for all the world, but never there for me. I still don't understand. I don't like the daughter either. So I'm a little biased. Some of y'all might not be. I get why she is the way that she is, but it's not like the mom stopped looking. Like she literally looked for her. And the reason, and this is why we hate Marcus, but we shall get to that. I think the reason why I highlighted that, I don't know why I highlighted that. It was at the beginning. It was literally the beginning of the book. Why did you highlight that? It says here, but I will say during my second read through, I didn't like Lauren as much either. But that's what makes the writing so good, because even though the characters did a lot of things that I didn't agree with, I like when characters in, media make human ass choices, because we don't always agree with the choices that our loved ones make or, people make or whatever. And so I like the fact that there were times where I just didn't like nobody in this book. Like they all stupid. Ugh, I can't stand them. But no, I hate Marcus. Okay. I hate Marcus. He's not the villain. He's not the villain, but he's goddamn up there. It says here, this is something about the pox. I didn't want to, I should have unhighlighted that one. It was something here that I wanted to say. Okay, it says here about Jared. This current state of the country does not suit him. He wants to take us all back to some magical time when everyone believed in the same God, worshipped him in the same way, and understood that their safety in the universe depended on completing the same religious rituals and stomping anyone who's different. There was never such a time in this country, but these days, when more than half the people in the country can't read at all, history is just one more vast unknown to them. Jared supporters have been known now and then to form mobs and burn people at the stake for being witches. A witch, in their view, tends to be a Muslim, a Jew, a Hindu, a Buddhist, or in some parts of the country, a Mormon, a Jehovah's Witness, or even a Catholic. A witch may also be an atheist, occultist, or a well-to-do eccentric. Well-to-do eccentrics often have no protectors or much that's worth stealing. And cultist is a great catch-all term for anyone who fits into no other large category, and yet doesn't quite match Jared's vision of Christianity. Jared's people have been known to beat or drive out Unitarians, for goodness sake. Jared condemns the burnings. I highlighted this part. Jared condemns the burnings, but does so in such mild language that his people are free to hear what they want to hear. As for the beatings, the tarring and feathering, and the destruction of heathen houses of devil worship, he has a simple answer. Join us. Our doors are open to every nationality, every race. Leave your sinful past behind and become one of us. Help us make America great again. He has a notable success with this carrot and BT. He had a notable success with this carrot and stick approach. Join us and thrive, or whatever happens to you as a result of your own sinful stubbornness is your problem. And this, I highlighted this part because his opponent, this is when they were running. This is before he was president. So Jared is the Trump of the story. His opponent, Vice President Edward J. Smith, calls him a demagogue, a rabble-rouser, and a hypocrite. Smith is right, of course, but Smith is such a tired gray shadow of a man. She had a time machine. Sleepy Joe. Oh God. And unlike Trump Crowbatty, Jared is actually handsome and younger, so he's like in his 40s or whatever. Oh Lord. This is better foreshadowing than The Simpsons. That part. It says here, I highlighted this part. What does it say? It seems inevitable that people who can't read are going to lean more towards judging candidates on the way that they look and sound than on what they claim and stand for. Even people who can read and are educated are apt to pay more attention to good looks and seductive lies than they should. Y'all. Okay. I think that was all of the highlights that I could read for right now that mean anything to the story at this moment of time that we're in, because we're almost at the end here. How long have I been? I've only been streaming for 2 hours and 30 minutes. How long are like book clubs normally? Because y'all know me, I'll talk. Not Octavia, please get off our neck. I know. I initially understood Larkin because you could tell there was a lot of yearning and longing. But the issue I had was how she criticized Lauren because it felt like after she met her uncle, Larkin herself seemed to be satisfied with whatever he had to say. Just simply put off the fact that he was her uncle. Marcus was so shady for having to kept knowledge. Exactly, Mo. Going back to the witches part, one of my clients is from Nigeria, and she mentioned that there are still people in Nigeria who do not like children who are born with disabilities, as they believe that disability comes from a witch's curse. And a lot of superstitions like that exist, because I know there's certain areas in the continent of Africa, because Africa is a continent. I don't know which country, so I said the continent of Africa. There are certain, superstitions about twins and how, twins are a bad sign. And there's places on the continent of Africa where they would kill off twins, or albinism. Is it albino? Am I saying it right? Albinism? Well, basically albinos. That's a bad sign. So they kill off albino babies. So yeah. Genesis? Did you just yell? Why? Scared of what? Oh my gosh, she is making a whole bunch of noise. Anyway, good night, Envision. But yeah. So okay, so let me turn off my phone for a little bit and see if my computer is, oh God. Oh, it's stuck. Oh, I really hope that that circle on my screen goes away. I bought this thing from the TikTok shop. So I got my phone on my computer screen so I could read my notes a little bit easier. Let me take this off for a little bit to see if that mark goes away on my screen. Anyway, anywho, YouTube trying to bury this live is homophobic. No, you can't blame YouTube. I put it in the Discord and added everybody. I also put an announcement on the gaming channel as well. I told y'all on Monday, there is no excuse. You have missed class. What is wrong with y'all today? Oh God, I can't with y'all. You signed up for notifications and YouTube didn't notify. Oh, not bad. It might have been a YouTube thing. So you was in DMD till literally now. Well, you watched VODs. Just watch the VOD. Okay. This is why Marcus deserves nothing. So, where does this start off? Oh, Michael B. Jordan, but it's only Michael B. Jordan as the twins from Sinners, y'all. It's like how I find what's his name from The Witcher fine, but only him in The Witcher as The Witcher. When he plays Geralt, I forget his name, but when he plays Geralt, he gives me butterflies in my hoo-ha. But when he's just himself, is he attractive? Yeah. So, yeah. Anyway, also, Allie, thank you for the 41 months. Henry Cavill, yes. Henry Cavill, to me, personally, is only sexually attractive when he's Geralt. But he's just, attractive when he's Henry Cavill. It's the same with Michael B. Jordan. Michael B. Jordan's sexually attractive as the twins in Sinners. But he's attractive as Michael B. Jordan. There's levels. So, back to the story. Lauren ends up going to find her. Lauren ends up doing something brave and going to the town where her captors are basically from, just to have her ears on the ground and in order to what's the word, in order to get any information on where the daughter might be. She ends up going to a Christian American church, but she goes dressed as a man. She keeps up this, same tradition from when she used to travel on the highways in the first book. So whenever she has to travel, especially alone, she'll dress as a man. So she goes in there. First day, she went, but it was a little shaky. She didn't really like it as much. And then she went the second day. And guess who she sees there preaching in the Christian American church? Chat, can you please answer who was there teaching in the Christian American church? Anybody want to give it a go? Anybody want to give it a go? Thank you, Artemis. Thank you. You get extra credit. So, Mark the narc. So, anyway, she sees him and she leaves a note to get his attention, or something like that. So they end up meeting each other, and she tells him everything. Not Barbara Streisand. She tells him everything. She's like, do you have any information on my daughter? The people who you're preaching for, they took my daughter, and you have to help me get her back. And then he's all like, you're lying. Like, that didn't happen. Like, these people wouldn't do that. They only get people who are like, witches, and not even witches. He was like, they only get criminals and they help the poor or whatever. And then she told them what happened to, because she was like, have you heard of Camp Christian? Which is what they was calling Acorn. And he was like, yeah, I heard of that. She was like, Camp Christian is Acorn. She was like, they came for us because we were Earthseed. And he was like, oh, that. Well, if you give your life to the Lord, Lauren, and she was like, stop telling me about the Lord. Help me find your niece. Like, you want to be with these people or whatever. And these people, sexually assaulted us. They killed Zara, who you knew from back in the old days. They killed my husband. They stole my baby. Help me, Marcus. You're fucking Christian Americans. They're like the Klan 2.0. And guess what this mother effer does? Is this the time? I think he punches her in the face. Or he hits her. So he might have smacked her. But I know he hit her. He hits her and walks the fuck away. He slaps her. Okay, I thought he punched her. But yeah, he slaps her and walks away. Walks away. Like ain't nothing happened. But she, Lauren don't give up. She's determined. All right, so she goes back there the next day. And he's not there. And so somebody gives her a note and it was like, oh, your brother said if anybody tall and dark skinned comes in, give them this note. They might be dressed as a man. But this time Lauren went as a woman. And she got the note. And it basically was like, I'm about to go. I'm going to Portland. I'm sorry about what happened to your community. But at the end of the day, like, I don't want to give up Christian American because it's the first thing. I don't want to give up another community again. Like, you have your thing. Let me have my thing. And there's nothing, like, they're not bad people. I looked at it. It's just the Crusaders. They're not a part of it. Jared wouldn't have anything to do with that. He doesn't even condone that type of stuff. Basically, like, in denial, and not even in denial. He's just sticking his head in the sand. Like, they wouldn't do that. Like, that's not them. He deserves nothing. Maybe some sympathy and empathy because of his past. That's it. Okay. So he basically was like, fuck you. I got what I wanted, but then at the end, what's up, Leah Marie? Yeah, it's book club night. Then at the end of the letter, he goes, but if you join Christian American, just join. You get a free room, you get some food. Join us. After she told you what they did to her, you say, join us. You won't be able to preach because Christian American church, they don't let women preach. But you can find other things to do, like sew and make sandwiches. He didn't say the make sandwiches part, but he might as well. So she went back to Georgetown, and is that what happened? Yeah, she went back to Georgetown because Harry left. Harry went to follow a lead of his own. So she was there with Allie, and she told Allie, like, I'm about to go to Portland. I'm about to go. I just can't not find my daughter. And I'm about to follow this MFer, and I'm gonna find him, and I'm gonna make him. Basically, she was like, I'm gonna find him, and I'm gonna kind of sort of make him help me find my daughter, because you're literally on the inside. Help me, right? So Allie's like, well, if you gonna go, I don't want you to go by yourself, you know. But before she said that, she was like, you have to kind of not even come to the realization, but you have to also deal with the fact that there may be a chance that your daughter may not have lived, you know, and there's going to come to a point that you have to be okay with the fact that you may never find her, or that she's not alive. And I love that Allie said that to her, because I think it kind of kicked in. It kind of made her want to do Earthseed again. But because before that, in that middle chapter, like after they escaped from Camp Christian to when she decided to go and find her brother in Portland, she didn't really talk about Earthseed that much. And which is surprising, because Earthseed was her everything. It was her destiny. It was her purpose. It was what, you know, it was her belief. It was her baby. So for her not to talk about Earthseed as much, I think when Allie said what she said, it kind of like turned something back on inside of her, or turned that light switch back on. So Allie sent her with some girl who escaped slavery. I forget the girl's name too, and I just finished this book last night, so you would think I remember everybody's names, but I don't. And are y'all listening? Because y'all ain't talking. Y'all ain't got nothing else to say. Y'all really sit up here listen to me jibber jabber? I'm gonna start a podcast on y'all ass. I'm gonna stop streaming and just start a podcast. That wasn't surprising at all to me. That's the boarding school parallel. Talking about or writing about Earthsea was the biggest risk to losing it all. Oh, here she go again with this English teacher stuff. Shut up! I'm not being an English teacher, but y'all are mighty quiet. Listening and eating dinner. You have a soothing voice. Well, thank you. You've been lurking, but you're here. This is fun. Okay. Teacher is speaking. Can't be disrespectful. Shut up! I'm not being your teacher. I want a back and forth. Y'all really making me feel like a teacher. Why am I the only one talking? Didn't the rest of you read the book? Don't y'all have opinions? Mighty quiet is something an English teacher would say. I think I missed my calling, y'all. I think I missed my calling, because if I go back to school, it ain't gonna be for teaching. I know that for sure. I ain't wasting my money to be poor. No offense to teachers out there, but y'all poor. And y'all shouldn't be, but yeah. Anyway, so back to what I was saying. 9th grade English with Miss Capiche. Pretty much. Not least, welcome to the club. Listen, I'm up there with y'all. Shit. That's why I could say it, because I am poor. So I could call y'all poor, because shit. I'm situationally poor. Oh, Lord. So That being said, the next book shouldn't be as heavy, whatever we pick. Y'all want to read a Chuck Tingle book or a Quan Mills book? That's not, we have to be deep into our book club to read one of those two. It has to just be silly month. We haven't gotten that. We need something light, but we don't need nothing that light. We gotta be like well established before we could get a little silly. I'm gonna make Leash an honorary master's. Well, thank you. Also, give me some PhD. I normally like them brown, but I'll take a pink. Pink size 7 soft. Oh. What was I saying? I have to silly it up. These are deep, heavy topics. I have to get silly. I'm sorry. This is some deep shit. I've been talking about trauma for almost 3 hours. I can't make a little dick joke. God damn. Cut me some slack. All right. So, what was I saying? So, Allie sends her off with a girl who escaped from being a slave. She came from a rich family, and so she's basically learning how to be poor. And you know, just the thought of like not having and having to steal for your meals and stuff is still new to her. But thankfully, she met Lauren when she did, because Lauren, one, doesn't steal. If there's a movie, cast me, because I don't steal either. Lauren doesn't steal. You know, she tries to make an honest living. You know, she's very, like I said, she has a lot of forethought. She's very prepared and an honest person, right? What is this girl? Anybody remember what the girl's name is? I forget because I don't want to keep saying the girl. Hold on. It might be on this page that I'm looking at. Blah, blah, blah. No, it's not on this page. So her and the girl, essentially, they start walking, and of course, Lauren, being who she is, she tells the girl about Earthseed. And at first, the girl, she gives what is the girl's name? Because I don't want to keep saying the girl. Let me. God damn it, y'all! I have put the phone down. To the people who read the book, y'all don't know the girl's name? That's crazy. God damn it. I don't remember names. I don't know the lady's name either because she was younger. God damn it. Maybe if I just, because I refuse to say the girl the whole time. Not see here. Please, Rachel. Nah, I ain't read shit. Y'all, why are y'all like this? I go, y'all want to start a book club? Y'all go, yeah. I go, okay. Y'all want to start a book club? Good. These are the books we're gonna read. Y'all like, okay. It's time for the book club. I ain't read shit. I'm tired of this, Grandpa. Anyway, let me find this lady name because I can't. What was Casey? Oh, I know who that was. Oh, it was Balin. Balin. Her name was Balin. There we go. And because I like that name. There we go. There we go. I got it. So the girl that Lauren was traveling with, her name was Balin. That was the rich girl. The book series was too much for me, for current me. I guess y'all, if y'all, but don't participate when we read the light books then. If you want, let that be too much for you too. I'm just kidding. I'm being a stinker. Okay. I'm being a stinker. Okay. What was that? Not you right. I'll never read again. I don't like nonfiction because it's boring. I want to think about Earth. I want to think about fanciful shit. I chose this book because I felt like it was like a good opener for a book club. You know, because Octavia Butler slaps, man. She's a good author. You know, we can keep it light, but I ain't reading no. Listen, I'm gonna let y'all know this right now, okay? I'm not reading. What's that shit called? Where people have sex in books, the whole book. Y'all know what I'm talking about. I'm not reading smut. So there will be no book club if y'all like, yeah, Leash, let's read this book. And I get through half of that book and the half of that book is 50% fluff, smut. There ain't gonna be no book club. Now, I don't know why not. Smut is erotica, smut, whatever. This is not that type of book club. Okay, I want this book club to have, like, we could talk, we could hee hee ha ha on a regular stream. Okay, we could talk smut on a regular stream, but I want this, even in the light stuff that we read, I want it to be a conversation like we're having now. I need material to work with, y'all. You want me to sit up here and talk for hours, okay? So I'm not gonna sit up here and talk about how somebody's insides quivered while he touched me and I felt the rolling hills of thunder between my thighs. Ain't nobody got time for that shit. Not reading smut. A sex scene or two, fine. Okay. But after that, I might as well turn on porn. Okay. That's the only erotica I like. All right. Anyway. Anywho. That's why I like it during a regular stream is fine. We can talk about the nasty stuff. But I ain't trying to say, oh, yuck. Yuck. Not in my books. Not in my books. Keep that out of books. I just like to see it on TV. Particularly my phone on the Safari web browser that has a passcode on it. So we found out the character's name. Her name is Balin. So the Balin and Lauren go out on the road, and Lauren introduces Balin to Earthseed. She gives Balin a copy of her Earthseed Bible or doctrine or whatever you want to call it. And what the fuck is that? Joe, wow. What is that? Is that me? That look weird. That look like Cheryl Chisholm. That look like Madam C.J. Walker right here. Anyway. No Quan Mills. There are Quan Mills books that don't have that much sex in them, I guess. can y'all stop distracting me so we can finish this thing? Because I'm starting to get hungry. And y'all won't like me when I'm hungry. What the hell was I talking about? If I say one more time. So Balin and Lauren introduces Balin to Earthseed. You know, of course, Balin comes with questions, trying to figure it out. And of course, you know, Lauren explains it. Balin is a smarty pants. Very smart and sharp young woman. And it almost seems like she takes to it immediately. But Balin is living through kind of like a, not even kind of a depression. She's depressed. Because Balin was born through surrogacy, and it wasn't like the surrogacy that we know. Balin was born in this universe. They have artificial wombs that can essentially grow a fetus. So that's how she was born. But then the parents end up getting pregnant the natural way with a boy. So they end up tossing Balin to the side. Well, not tossing her to the side, but being very neglectful. Well, so yeah, tossing her to the side. And she got kidnapped, and they wanted a ransom. The people who kidnapped Balin wanted a ransom, and her parents didn't pay it. And they fled to Alaska. So Balin escapes, and her destination is Alaska to either see her family or confront her family. But Lauren has an idea that, you know, it's not a driving force to see her family. It's more like kind of like her putting an end to things, you know. So with Lauren introducing Balin to Earthseed, it kind of gives Balin a sense of purpose. And Balin kind of becomes like her first little acolyte. And they end up traveling a road, and that's when Lauren kind of finally puts things into action, because throughout the novel, you start to see that Lauren starts to think like, I can't have, because of what I want to do in the world that we live in and the climate, the social climate that we live in, I can't have a community of people in one spot. Because she wanted to make little towns of Earthseed people and then build off of that. But because, you know, Jared became president and the whole thing happened with Cam Christian, that made it to where that's impossible. So she had to shift. So in her mind, she was like, well, if I can't have a solid piece of land, then the earth has to be the world, or the earth has to be my podium. So she put boots to the ground and she started going door to door like other people that we know, but like other religions, you know. So she goes to this one lady's house, and I actually have a quote from that. There is a quote that I wanted to pull from that encounter. So she goes to this one lady's house, and so she offers to do some yard work in exchange for like food, which the lady, she acquiesces. She says yes, and she lets them, you know, weed her garden and paint and stuff like that for food, and they do that for a couple of days. And while they're doing that for a couple of days, Lauren is, you know, sliding in stuff from Earthseed and telling her about the religion, or, you know, and things like that. And also drawing, like, you know, sketching her to, you know, get her to let her guard down. But I will say, she is traveling as a man right now. She's traveling as a man. So she senses that the old lady not the old lady, the older lady is kind of looking at her like, mm-mm. So when she feels like they could be like, when she feels like the lady can be trusted and the lady trusts her, she kind of lets her know like the whole story of everything that's going on, outside of Earthseed, and what she wants to do. And they have like this little kind of, what's the word, they have like because it's like, even though Lauren is like, I've never wanted to sleep with a woman or anything like that, but I feel so drawn to her. And they have like an intimate moment. Like Lauren kisses the lady on the lips, because Lauren could tell that the lady is lonely, right? She used to be a teacher. And I think the thing that I highlighted was from her being a teacher. Yeah, here it goes. Yeah. So this is what it says here. It says she had once been a teacher in public school in San Francisco. The school had been closed for 15 years after she began teaching. That was during the early 20s, when so many public school systems around the country gave up the ghost and closed their doors. Even the pretense of having an educated populace was ending. Politicians shook their heads and said sadly that universal education was a failed experiment. Some companies began to educate the children of their workers at least well enough to enable them to become the next generation of workers. Company towns began then to come back into fashion. They offered security, employment, and education. That was all well, but the company that educated you owned you until you paid off the debt you owed them. You were an indentured person, and if they couldn't use you themselves, they could trade you off to another division of the company or another company. You, like your education, became a commodity to be bought or sold. Gasp, BT. You're not safe in the future. I'm sorry. I haven't picked on BT, or I haven't picked on him off stream. I gotta pick on him at least once. I haven't called him a nerd. That was my way of doing it. Okay. I had to do it. There were still a few public school systems in the country limping along, doing what they could. But these had more in common with the city jails than with even the most mediocre private religious or company schools. It was the business of responsible parents to see to the education of their children. I had a case of the dyslexia. Those who did not were bad parents. It was to be hoped that social, legal, and religious pressures would sooner or later force even bad parents to do their duty towards their offsprings. So Nia said, Nia's the older lady that had a crush on Lauren. Poor, semi-illiterate, and illiterate people became financially responsible for their children's elementary education. If they were alcoholics or addicts or prostitutes, or if they had all they could do just to feed their kids and maybe keep some sort of roof over their heads, that was just too bad. And no one thought about what kind of society we were building with such stupid decisions. And this is the part that I highlighted. People who could afford to educate their children in private schools were glad to see the government finally stop wasting their tax money educating other people's children. They seemed to think they lived on Mars. They imagined that a country filled with poor, uneducated, unemployable people somehow wouldn't hurt them. Oh, what is this timeline? I hate it here. So I guess so if we make your money. But in terms of, let's say for instance, there's not that many rich people. The poor outnumber the rich. So essentially they would have to give in to making education public again so that way they could get more workers. You know? Because you still need people to read. Okay, so I don't know. That just I had to highlight that one because it's just like, well, it won't affect me. I could do for mine. But majority of the country, like, if that doesn't make sense. You want majority of the country to be educated and well-fed and housed so that way your kids can grow up in a quality environment. But you know so Nia told her all of this, and Nia and Lauren had an intimate moment, and when Lauren leaves, she's like, I gotta come back for her, or I gotta, like, if I find any kids that need teaching, I'm gonna send them her way. So Lauren goes on building this community of people that she walks up to them, see if they need her to do something or whatever. Now, it didn't work all the time because, you know, some people don't like you knocking on their door. How many times has a Jehovah's Witness knocked on our door and we pretend like we not home, or we just be like, nah, go away. So yeah, but eventually when she gets to Portland, was it Portland? It was Portland. Was it Portland? It was Portland, right? I think so. So when she gets to Portland, I hope it's Portland. So whatever, she gets to Portland and she gets lucky and finds some, what do we call them? Some reparators. She finds people who want to give reparations and not just monetary reparations, which is wonderful and amazing and wonderful. They put her up in a house, you know, well, not in a house, but they give her a room, and not even board. They give her a room. They spread the word to their rich friends. They help her put her earth seed on the internet, on the interweb, so that way it could reach more people or whatever. But before we get to the grand ending where everything works out, let us go back to why Marcus deserves nothing. So, we all know that Lauren's daughter, wait. Lauren meets Marcus. This is going to set the scene for everything, right? Lauren finds Marcus in Portland. He tries to avoid her. You know, eventually he takes a meeting with her after she tried, you know, for weeks. He finally gave in. They sit down and they have a conversation, and he apologizes for hitting her or whatever. And of course he tries to say, you know, come back to, you know, come to the church. And she's like, no, but just please promise me, if you find out anything about my daughter, just please let me know. And then he says, I'll do my best. They shake hands. They leave on a good note. So, you know, Lauren's daughter was taken and put to Christian Americans' families. And she ends up with this family, black family. And one thing I will say about Octavia Butler, I like the fact that she didn't make it as much of a race issue, as much as she did rich versus poor, up versus down. I like that she took that route rather than, you know, racism. Like, the racist undertones are still there, but it's definitely like the haves and the have-nots, right? Because there's like a lot of black families, I'm guessing, that's a part of the Christian American church. So that's where Asha, aka Larkin, ends up. And of course the family's weird. The mother really doesn't love her. The foster father or adoptive father is a pedophile. And yeah, but thankfully nothing like serious happens. Like he does, you know, touch her and stuff like that, but he doesn't sexually assault. Well, that is sexual assault, but you know what I'm saying. There's no like, it's nothing crazy. Well, it's crazy, but y'all know what I'm trying to say. And she ends up leaving the home as soon as she turns 18 because those people are fucking weird. So that's just Crowbatty, you know what I'm trying to say. Okay, there was no insertion. I'm not trying to downplay it. Don't do that. So so she ends up leaving the house as soon as she turns 18. She grew up in a Christian American church. We find out that she could sing. And she, you know, lives a life. And she goes because at this point Marcus is already like a very like known person in the Christian American church or whatever. Like he's like one of their top preachers, and she goes there to see him preach. But while she's there, she's in line so she could be like the first person in the seats. She's in line and starts singing, and some lady comes outside, right? And she was like, "Are you such and such? Are you Asha? Because if you are, I got somebody who wants to meet you." So she follows the lady and she goes in there, and guess who's in there? Marcus, sitting there. So he's like, "Oh, I'm your uncle." And she's like, "What?" He's like, "I'm your uncle. I know about your mother. She used to live in a town called Acorn, and the town got taken over by the Crusaders, and her and your dad died. Her and your dad died during the takeover." After he promised his sister that he would find her and let her know. And he's always known where she was. He found her like almost immediately. So he knew where she was. He knew. He was like, "Yeah, your adoptive parents, such and such and such and such. Yeah, I knew where you were, but I figured you were in a good Christian American home, so I didn't want to." Anyway, so they end up forming a connection. Like he becomes like her everything. Like she moves to New York. He puts her in his spare house because he's just that rich and famous, because you know that's still a thing, the church and the dollars. And he puts her through school. She gets her master's, her doctorate. She's a nerd. Okay, she's a fucking nerd. And then like it's not really occurring to her, because like she would see, like she heard about Earthseed, and she thought it was like just so frivolous, and it's just like, oh, there's stuff that we could be doing on Earth. Why are they trying to go to space? Like they could be using all those resources for Earth. And so he's basically like, you know what, forget about it. Like don't really look into them, because of course he would say that. But she just couldn't help herself. Like she just needed to like find out more. And when did she realize? I think she realized that that was her mom when she started looking into Lauren. and figuring out like, okay, these stories are similar. Like she's saying that her acorn, like she had a community and her daughter was taken and given to a Christian American church, and people are saying that we looking alike, so she just putting the dots together. So Lauren just so happened, wait, we gotta go back to Lauren. So Lauren in the past, so we're talking about Asha in the present, so go back to the past. Lauren meets basically wealthy benefactors who boost her shit, okay? She spreads the word, she reunites with her people, she puts her people up in places. You know, these people make sure she's like straight. She travels the world, she gets Earthseed out, you know, to not only different states but to different countries. Like she knocked on the right door, let's just say that. All right, I'm trying to knock on the right door. So Earthseed becomes a successful organization. So hold up. What did I highlight? Because there's something I know I highlighted something. Oh, and then we do find out that Mark, she says here, Mark, on the other hand, has said it without ever quite saying it, that he preferred men sexually, but his church taught him that homosexuality was a sin, and he chose to live by that doctrine. So he had no one, or at least I never knew him to have anyone. That looks bleak on the page, but we chose our lives and we had one another. Marcus. Anyway, where is the other thing that I highlighted? I know there's something else. Hold up. Wait, hold up. She did find him again. Wait. I think I skipped something. Hold on, give me a second. Okay. So before Lauren and Marcus left on good terms, they did have a meeting where it wasn't good. And she said here, she was basically saying like, hey, what your pimp did to you, that's what the Christian American church did to me. The only difference is that they did it to me longer. And don't tell me that the Crusaders are just renegades. They're not. They're just as much a part of Christian American as the shelters are. I spotted one of the men who sexually assaulted me and lashed us at Acorn. He was working as an armed guard at the Eureka shelter. Mark stood up. He all but pushed his chair over in eagerness to get away from me. I finally got a chance to have what I want, he said. You're not gonna wreck this for me. She goes, this isn't about you, I said, still seated. I wish you had a child, Mark. If you did, you might be able to understand what it's like to not know where she is, whether she's being treated well, or even if she's alive. If I could only know. And she says this, if I could only know. But he knew. So she goes, Mark, my daughter, and then he goes, you think you're supposed to care, so you pretend to. Maybe you even want to, but you don't. I think I preferred it when he hit me. I couldn't react except to sit staring at him. Tears spilled from my eyes. But I didn't realize it at the time. I just sat frozen staring. And then after they leave, because he walked away crying, she goes, he needs to make everything my fault. He still can't let himself admit what Christian America did to me. He couldn't stay with them if they did such things, so he's decided that they're innocent and somehow everything is my fault. his actions. His actions weren't necessarily to hurt. He found a purpose, but that purpose didn't align with what he was preaching. But because he found that purpose and wanted that for himself so much, he chose to ignore the ugly, even if it meant losing his sister, because she had what she wanted. The thing that I didn't like in this book that both Mark and the daughter did is that they just assumed that Earthseed was, you know, Lauren's one and only, because even the daughter goes, you know, I wonder if I was still with her, when would she eventually give me up for Earthseed? When would she eventually ignore me for Earthseed? And I'm like, that's not okay. Now, person who came in here with that name, don't start no shit. Okay, won't be no shit. Okay, don't start. Y'all can't see it, but I can. Anyway, but I just hate that. Listen, I ain't the one nor the two. Anyway, anywho, so they basically just threw their feelings on Lauren, which I could not stand in this goddamn story. Now I got a cuss lined up. Where was I trying to so he basically, Lauren's daughter Asha meets up with her, and let's just say the meeting is it's so yucky, and it's not from Lauren's side, it's all from Asha. It is all from Asha. I can't, hold on, I'm gonna try to find that exact chapter. Let's see. But that makes sense from her daughter's perspective. Gonna sound like a broken record, but it's survivor's processing because she was not protected. Not that it's good, but at least her trauma response is justified, especially because her proximity to Mark. I get what you're saying, but that's still fucked up and definitely not fair to Lauren. Because one, I really hope, and it doesn't seem like she changed her mind even after reading Lauren's journal entries. Because as we see in the journal entries, when she lost her daughter, it seems like that's all she could write about was her losing her husband and her daughter. And the daughter's just insisting that, you know, Earthseed was her one true love. Earthseed was her baby, as if we can't love more than one thing with all of our hearts. You know what I'm saying? Like, and I get it. And that's why I like the way Octavia Butler writes, because everybody is flawed, right? There's times where I didn't like Lauren. There's times where I don't like Mark. And I'm a little indifferent with the daughter. But it's just like, I just felt like that part wasn't fair. Like, and then for Mark to say, you act like you care, but you don't care. What the fuck does that even mean? He hurt his own feelings when he went to that first gathering and thought he was going to preach the Lord's word at a place where they've already chosen that they were going to believe in what they believe in. Just like a self-imposing Christian who's giving a sermon when nobody fucking asked them for it. Like, nobody asked him to go and embarrass himself, and Lauren literally warned him and said, hey, if you do this, I'm gonna let you know my community is going to question the fuck out of you, and there's nothing you can do. You better have your ducks in a row. And that's just so crazy to me. Mark literally equated Lauren to evil because of the binaries of Christianity. He had to believe she was unkind and uncaring to justify his behaviors. Pretty much. Hold on, I'm trying to get to the chapter where peak toxic masculinity, not coping. It's nice that she at least agreed to meet with her mom. It showed that she agreed to meet with her mom just to make sure that that's her mom. Because it wasn't like, she didn't know, because she called her uncle before she decided to go see her mom, and she was like, hey, is that my mom? And he was like, wait for me when I get home, like, I'm gonna talk to you when I get home. And so she took matters into her own hand. Her mom just so happened to be in the town where she was at, and she went to go see her. And when they met up, she was like, are you my mom? And then the way, like, first of all, Lauren already knew. The first thing she did when she saw Asha come in was take her hand to look for a certain birthmark. And then she told her the exact place of her second birthmark. A mother always knows their child, bro. It's like it comes back in full circle. Didn't we just play a game like this? She knew as soon as she opened the fucking door to see her daughter. Oh God. Hold up. Where is it? Where is the part where Asha... Hold on. I'm gonna find it. Give me 1 second. Jesus Christ. Where is it? I don't think I can find it, y'all. Hold on. I'm trying to find the chapter. We have examples of this. Oh, my ass. Oh God, I was, when you scrunch down in your seat and your tailbone's like right in between the seat and the little part, and it starts to get sore. My tailbone sore. I managed to get Mark to meet with me again. I've been traveling. Okay, yep, this is it. Okay. Here we go, y'all. Strap in. That's what happens when you're sitting on your tailbone because you got them pancakes. Fuck you. Anyway. Oh, Lord. This is the last chapter that we hear Asha talk or write. Uncle Mark was, in the end, my only family. I never saw Casey and Madison again. I sent them money when they were older and in need. Casey and Madison are her adoptive parents. My mother, when I finally met her, was a drifter. She was immensely rich, or at least Earthseed was immensely rich, but she had no home of her own, not even a rented apartment. Whoo, community love, let's go. She drifted between the homes of her many friends and supporters, and between many of the Earthseed communities that were established or encouraged in the United States, Canada, Alaska, Mexico, and Brazil. By then I was 34 and I wanted very much to meet her. My friends and Uncle Mark's housekeeper had told me how much I looked like this charismatic, dangerous, heathen cult leader. I had paid no attention until, in researching Lauren Alamina's life, I discovered that she had a child, a daughter, and that daughter had been abducted from an early Earthseed community called Acorn. The community, according to Olamina's official biography, had been destroyed by Jarrett's Crusaders back in the 30s. Its men and women had been enslaved for over a year by the Crusaders, and all of the pre-pubescent children had been abducted. Most have never been seen again. So the church denied it, and they tried to sue Lauren. She countersued, and then they settled with her. Like, they were like, oh shit, oh damn, okay, well, we'll shut up. Let's just pay you so you shut up too. Let's see. Anyway, the Church of Christian America sued Alamina for her false accusation. She countersued, then suddenly, without explanation, Christian America dropped in her suit and settled with her, paying her an unreported but reputedly vast sum of money. I phoned Uncle Mark and asked him point blank whether there was any possibility that this woman could be my mother. On my phone's tiny monitor, Uncle Mark's face froze, then seemed to sag. He looked suddenly much older than his 54 years. He said, I'll come. And mind you, she's 30 something right now in the present, right? He met her hot off the heels of 18. But he's known about her. Maybe 18, 19. But he's known about her since she was adopted. Anyway, okay. He said, I'll talk to you when I come home, and he broke the connection. He wouldn't take any calls after that. He's never refused my call. Not knowing what to do or where else to turn, I checked the nets to see where Lauren Alamina would be speaking, and to my surprise, I learned that she was resting at Red Spruce, less than 100 kilometers from where I was. So she ends up going to the Red Spruce and then told the manager of the guest house that I thought I might be a relative of Olamina's and asked if he could tell me how I might be able to make an appointment. They won't go let her in because they're very protective of her or whatever. So she had to hang around for a little bit in order to meet her. So she meets somebody who could get her in a connection, which is Harry Balter's adoptive child, who gets her connection. It's crazy because they know her because she's famous because she does dream masks, which are essentially kind of like movies, but you could feel everything. Just imagine if I'm in a movie in a relation scene with Michael B. Jordan dressed up as them twins. Anyway, Edison Balter came back and told me he would take me to her. She was somewhere in her 50s, 58. I remember from my reading. She was born way back in 2009. That's the year my daughter was born, y'all. What the fuck? Oh God, she would be 58. So she's 58. She was born in 2009. She's 58. 2000. If Genesis is 58, then I'd be 78. Almost 82. Almost there. Almost. Anyway, blah blah blah. My gosh, she was old, but she didn't look old, even though her black hair was streaked with gray. She looked big and strong, and in spite of her pleasant, welcoming expression, just a little frightening. She was a little taller than me and maybe a little more angular. She looked not hard, but as though she could be hard with just the smallest change of expression. She looked like someone I wouldn't want to get on the wrong side of. And yes, even I could see it. She looked like me. She and I just stood there looking at another for a long, long time. After a while, she came up to me, took my left hand, and turned it to look at the two little moles I have just above my knuckles. My impulse was to pull away, but I managed not to. She stared at the moles for a while, then said, "Do you have another mark, a kind of jagged, dark patch just here?" She touched a place covered by my blouse on my left shoulder near my neck. 4 years until the sweet release of death. I know. This time I did step away from her touch. I didn't mean to, but I just don't like to be touched. Not even by a stranger who might be my mother. I said, "I have a birthmark like that, yes." And she said, "Sit down, sit here with me. You are my child, my daughter. I know you are." I sat in a chair instead of sharing the couch with her. She was open and welcoming, and somehow that made me want all the more to draw back. And it's crazy because Asha really doesn't connect with the Christian American church. It's just out of habit. But boy, oh boy, some habits die hard, huh? Like she goes out of habit. "Have you only just found out?" she asked. I nodded, tried to speak, and found myself stumbling and stammering. "I came here because I thought maybe because I looked up information about you and I was curious. I mean, I read about Earthseed and people said I look like you, and well, I knew I was adopted, so I wondered." "So you had adoptive parents. Were they good to you? What's your life been like? What do you do?" She stopped, drew a breath, covered her face with both her hands for a moment, shook her head, then gave a short laugh. "I want to know everything. I can't believe that Tears began to stream down her broad, dark face. She leaned towards me, and I knew she wanted a hug. She hugged people. She touched people. Oh, God, is she me? I looked away from her and shifted around to get comfortable in my chair, in my skin, in my newfound identity. "Can we do a gene print?" I asked, and they did one, and if that's her daughter. Let's see. Then we talked. "I had parents," I said, "Casey and Madison Alexander. We didn't get along. I haven't seen them since I turned 18. They said if you leave without getting married, don't come back, so I didn't. And then I found Uncle Mark, and then boom." She stood up, staring down at me, staring with such a closed look frozen on her face. It shut me out, that look, and I wondered whether this was what she was really like, cold, distant, unfeeling. Did she only pretend to be warm and open to deceive her public? "When?" she demanded, and her tone was as cold as her expression. "When did you find Mark? When did you learn that he was your uncle? How did you find out? Tell me." I stared at her. She stared back for a moment, then began to pace. She walked to a window, faced it for several seconds, staring out at the mountains. Then she came back to look down at me with what I could only think of as quieter eyes. "Please, tell me about your life. You probably know something about mine, because so much has been written, but I know nothing about yours." So, they had dinner. She told her about her life. Blah, blah, blah. So I listened and I cried. So basically she told Lauren, they told each other about each other's lives. So Lauren told the daughter about her life, and Asha told the mom about her life. So Lauren goes, "So what did Mark tell you?" I hesitated, not sure what to say. In the end, I told the truth, just because I couldn't think of a decent lie. "He said you were dead, that both my mother and father were dead." She groaned. He took care of me," I said. "He saw to it that I got to go to college, and that I had a good place to live. He and I, well, we're family. We didn't have anyone before we found one another." She just looked at me, and when she just looked at me, I know that look like, and you hear that sound from Kill Bill in the back. Pew, pew, pew. Oh, Jesus Christ. Okay, I don't know why he told you. Wait, so Lauren goes, I don't know why he told me. No, this is Asha who's saying it. I don't know why he told me you were dead. Maybe he was just lonely. I don't know. We got along, he and I, right from the first. I still live in one of his houses. I can afford a place on my own, but it's like I said, we're a family. I paused, then said something I had never admitted before. You know, I never felt that. Oh, excuse me. I'm sorry. Oh, excuse me. You know, I never felt that anyone loved me before I met him. And I guess I never loved anyone until he loved me. He made it safe to love him back. Your father and I both loved you, she said. We have tried for 2 years to have a baby. We wondered about his age. We worried about his age. We worried about the way the world was, all the chaos. But we wanted you so much. And when you were born, we loved you more than you can imagine. When you were taken and your father was killed, I felt for a while as though I died myself. I tried so hard for so long to find you. Can I repeat that? I tried so hard and so long to find you, and I entrusted my freaking brother to tell me where you were, and it's crazy that... Oh, wait, let me keep going. I didn't know what to say to that. I shrugged uncomfortably. She hadn't found me, and Uncle Mark had. I wondered just how hard she really looked. Reading that out loud. Reading that out loud. Okay, we're gonna keep going. Reading it like in my head while I was like, oh, this little wench. But actually reading that shit out loud, bro. This lady walked miles and miles, leads, was on the streets, almost got robbed several times, almost got assaulted several times, trying to find your ass. Oh, I wonder how hard she looked. Let's go. I'm a little biased right now. I'm a little biased. Anyway, but Octavia Butler makes characters human. And I like the fact that this story, even though it's a good ending, it's kind of like a happy ending, but it's not like, you know, butterflies and rainbows. So anyway, I didn't even know whether you were still alive, she said. I wanted to believe you were, but I didn't know. I got involved in a lawsuit with Christian America back in the 40s, and I tried to force them to tell me what happened to you. They claimed that any record there may have been of you was lost at a fire at the Pelican Bay Children's Home years before. Had they said that, I suppose they might have. They would have said almost anything to avoid giving up evidence of their abductions and giving a Christian American child back to a heathen cult leader. But still, Uncle Mark says he found me when I... Okay, y'all brace for it. Oh, what? What happened? Hey. Hold up. Can y'all hear me? Oh, I can't hear me. My headphones unplugged. Hold on, give me a second. Hold up. Okay, and I can hear myself now. Okay, are y'all bracing? Uncle Mark says he found me when I was 2 or 3 years old, I said. But he saw that I had good Christian American parents, and he thought it would be best for me to stay with them undisturbed. I shouldn't have said that. I'm not sure why I did. She got up and began to walk again, quick, angry, pacing, prowling the room. Yes! I never thought he would do that to me, she said. I never thought he hated me enough to do a thing like that. I never thought he could hate anyone that much. I saved him from slavery. I saved his worthless life, goddammit. He doesn't hate you, I said. I'm sure he doesn't. I've never known him to hate anyone. He thought he was doing right. Don't defend him, she whispered. Oh, that wasn't a whisper. I'm sorry. Don't defend him, she whispered. I know you love him, but you don't defend him to me. I loved him myself, and see what he's done to me and you. You're a cult leader. But mommy, you're a cult leader, I said. He's Christian American. He believed, I don't care. And this is the part. Whoo, here we go. This is what Lauren says. This is what the mom says. I don't care. I've spoken with him hundreds of times since he found you, and he said nothing. Nothing. Not one, not two, not even 300s. They kept in contact. They kept in contact. He knew. And he said nothing. And the daughter still blames her mom for not trying hard enough, or not even blame, but assumes. And assumes that Earthseed is her one true love. And assume, like, do you not hear what she's, oh! BT, please. Not yet, he would have to die. Oh boy. Hold on. So the daughter goes, he doesn't have any children, I said. I don't think he ever will, but I was like a daughter to him. He was like a father to me. She stopped pacing and stood staring down at me with an almost frightening intensity. She stared at me as though she hated me. I stood up, looked around for my jacket, found it, and put it on. No, she said, no, don't go. All the stiffness and rage went out of her. Please, don't go, not yet. But I needed to go. She's an overwhelming person, and I needed to get away from her. All right, she said when I headed for the door. But you can always come to me. Come back tomorrow. Come back whenever you want. We have so much time to make up for. My door is open to you, Larkin, always. She called her by the name that she gave her as a baby. And this bitch goes, Larkin, Asha goes. I stopped and looked back at her, realizing that she had called me by the name that she had given me when I was a baby. Asha, I said, looking back at her. My name is Asha Vare. Or Vere. I know she very dumb. That's what I do know. I am so pissed, bro. Anyway. Got her. I know I'm being a judgy wench right now. I know, but this shit pissed me off because Marcus deserves nothing. So hold on, we're still going. It says here, the next day, Uncle Mark arrived filled with fear and despair. I'm sorry, he said to me as soon as he saw me. I was so happy when I found you after your I was so happy when I found you after you left your parents. I was so glad to be able to help you with your education. I guess I have been alone so long that I just couldn't stand to share you with anyone. I oh, my mother would not see him. He came to me almost in tears because he had tried to see her and she had refused. Oh, how the turns have tabled. He tried several more times, and over again, she sent people out to tell him to go away. I went back home with him. I was angry with him, but even angrier with her somehow. I loved him more than I'd ever loved anyone, no matter what he had done. And she was hurting him. I didn't know whether I would ever see her again. I didn't know whether I should. I didn't even know whether I wanted to. And then she goes to say, all that she did for Earthseed. I did see her again occasionally, but Earthseed was her first child, she put in quotation marks. And in some ways, her only child, she puts in quotation marks. And then they go on to tell, like, Earthseed eventually makes it to, they get enough money to where they send their first space shuttle out, you know, and they plan on doing more to, you know, to get out there amongst the stars and make colonies or whatever. But yeah, that's what happened. The last thing I highlighted was not the last thing, but it's like one of the last things I highlighted was the last journal entry. And this is the part that, So, of course, Lauren is at the first shuttle takeoff, right? And she was journaling about it or whatever. And this is the part that was just like, fuck Mark. My Larkin would not come, meaning her daughter would not come to the first ever space shuttle with human beings that are going to go and colonize other planets, whatever. My Larkin would not come. I begged her, but she refused. She's caring for Mark. He's just getting over another heart transplant. How completely, how thoroughly he has stolen my child. I highlighted that one specific sentence because to me, and then she writes, I have never even tried to forgive him, which I wouldn't either. Now she essentially lost her child twice to Christian America. So yeah. I know Leisha had that highlighter. It was angry highlighting. Listen. She lost her child twice. Imagine how much, imagine how much closer maybe those two may have been without Mark's interference. But because he didn't want to be alone, even though he has tons of, well, I mean, I understand, like, it's not the same. He was alone, and since he didn't have family. But it's not my fault. It's not nobody else's fault that he chose to be a part of a denomination that didn't want to accept who he was fully. Because mind you, he's gay, but he's out here preaching for goddamn Christian America. But you gonna steal your sister's child because you selfish and unhealed. Yeah, of course he was lonely in that. You want, oh, my phone. You want to know why he was lonely in that church? Because he knew he wasn't supposed to be in that damn church. He just liked the way it made him feel. He liked the power that came with it. He liked the feeling of it all, being able to preach to people. But if you look at it, he was trying to like fake himself out, fake it till he made it. He made it, but he was suffering the entire fucking time. As he should, for being fucking stubborn. You could have found another damn denomination. You go to Christian America? You couldn't be a straight, and then it's crazy because his father is Baptist. He should just been Baptist. I can't. Y'all. Anyway, what's the last thing I highlighted? Because I did highlight one more thing. I highlighted two more things. Hello? Why did I highlight this? He could have had his niece and his sister. Exactly. This is the damage that boarding schools do. Even if the kids survive, they are traumatized and changed. There is no, well, they got out of the schools and things and are now fine, which is as much as this ending hurts. I appreciate. May he forever remain lonely. But he wasn't lonely and suffering. He had his niece. His niece chose him over her mom. Oh my God, Jason, good night. I'm not getting no Taco Bell nuggets. I like my tummy. I like my tummy unhurt. Okay, so at the end of the book, there are there's like a little interview with Octavia Butler. And I like this question about like the story. So the question is, was the idea of Parable of the Talents already planned when you wrote Parable of the Sower? So essentially Octavia says it was gonna be one, I'll get you some Tums. They got avocado ranch. Get out, Jason, go to bed. So Parable of the Sower and Parable of the Talents was supposed to be one book, right? She wanted to write it as one long story. But once she started writing Parable of the Sower, she started to see how long that shit was getting. So she found like a good like midway point to end the story. And you know, that's how we got the two books. But the thing is, when she started writing Parable of the Talents, she liked Lauren a little too much to where it was hard for her to write the bad things, you know. So she had to rewrite. She said she rewrote the first 150 pages like several times. Because it just, I guess the story wasn't progressing the way that she wanted, and it was kind of stuck, because you do have to give your characters a little conflict to get the story moving. Y'all, I read the damn, y'all. I'm such a nerd. I did read the entire interview, which is good because it could bring up some discussions. But so basically the part that I highlighted, it goes, where is it? So she says here, knowing this didn't help me, I kept rewriting the first 150 pages or so of Talents and heading up one blind alley or another. I couldn't seem to tell Olamina's story no matter how hard I tried. It was incredibly frustrating. I hadn't liked Olamina when I first began Parable of the Sower, because in order for her to do what she was bound to do, she had to be a power seeker. And it took me a long time to get over the idea that anyone seeking power probably shouldn't have it. I had to remind myself again and again as I strove to write Sower that power is only a tool like any other tool, like money, like knowledge, like a hammer even. It's the way tools are used that's important. It's the way that they're used that's good or bad. I knew this, of course, knew it intellectually. I had to come to know it emotionally before I could write the novel. This I did at last. speak on it, because if we really think, like, we do in a sense, because a lot of history is filled with powerful people who do terrible shit, but then we forget about the powerful people that do, because we're so consumed with the powerful people, and or it's just so in our face, the powerful people that do shit, that we sometimes think of power or power seeking as being synonymous to, you know, some devious ass activities, right? Or synonymous to bad. So I just really found, the reason why I highlighted that is because I really found, not me playing with my zipper and being a nerd, the reason why I find that very interesting is because the reason why I'll say this with my titties out, okay? Say this with my goddamn chest. The reason why but no, the reason why I found that interesting is because, like, I was like, damn, when you really when you really think about it, like, that's some deep ass shit, and something that, you know, she said, she was like, I understood this intellectually, but because when I write, I have to feel it. Like, I had to know, like, as a feeling, this is also true. Like, damn. Shit, Octavia. God took the wrong people, bro. She was gone too soon. I would have loved to see, like, how her writing have, because when she passed away, I think she was probably in her 50s-ish, maybe. But I would just love to see how her writing would have progressed over her, the true later years of her life, because 50 is only really mid age or whatever. So I love this fucking book. I love Octavia Butler. Favorite author, #1, hands down. So not lean back for the VOD watchers. She was definitely very young when she passed away. She was writing the 3rd part of the series when she passed. Really? I didn't know that. There was gonna be a 3rd part? But from whose point of view, though? There's an unfinished 3rd. Y'all, I would give both my nipples and one of my thumbs to read the unfinished manuscript. You hear me? I didn't know. That's crazy. I think it was the Earthseed people in space. Parable of the Trickster, which would have been focused on an Earthseed community struggle to survive on a new planet. I low-key want to write like a fan fiction. I'd do it. But I don't know. I don't think I could. But that would be just for man. I want to live in the timeline where she's still alive. There is one more question that was asked in this interview. Alicia's first fan fiction is gonna be wilderness smut. No. The hardest part of writing this is making Earthseed flawed, and Octavia did a great job with that. Right. Because even in Earthseed's teachings, they're not everything, even though it sounds good, but it's too practical, right? It's like, what is it? It's not dogmatic. But it's just too, it's not dogma. Why am I thinking dogma? It's almost like if it was a person, it'd be very stoic, right? And I mean, I guess it worked for what it was. And essentially it was all good. But you still had to kind of sign yourself up for something that to believe in. It wasn't, but I mean, she did give it to people even if they didn't believe in Earthseed. She did give you choice. But I don't know. It'd be interesting to read a fanfic by. And then I went down into the rivers between her thighs, and I said, just like Moses parted the Red Sea, part those legs. Anyway, so so this is the question. This is the last question that I highlighted something in for whatever. Partial drafts of Parable of the Trickster can be found in Butler's papers at the Huntington Library. Really? BT, you trying to take a field trip? No, I take it back. You're welcome. BT, let's take a field trip. You probably have nerd connections. You can speak nerd speak for me, and then I'll go read the the drafts. Anyway, so this question in the thingy, I've been speaking to y'all for 4 hours. I gotta wrap it up. All right, in the Parable of the Talents, Olamina refuses to leave Acorn, the community she has created. She sees Acorn as the beginning of Earthseed, the first of many Earthseed communities, but ultimately her refusal to leave cost her her family. Her husband is killed, her child is taken away, she's imprisoned and brutalized until she could get free. Where do you think the line should be drawn between commitment to self versus commitment to community? And there was something that she said that I was like, damn. When I was a girl and the civil rights movement was in full stride, which tells you something, that history is literally, you touch it, you reach out and touch it, and that's how far away we are from the civil rights movement. Miss Viola Luiso, a homemaker, a white woman of Detroit, Michigan, went to Alabama to help in the peaceful struggle for human rights for African Americans. For her trouble, she was murdered by the Ku Klux Klan. Memory of this incident has stayed with me because later, in a woman's magazine, I read a number of letters to the editor in which letter writers insisted that it was Mrs. Luiso's duty to stay at home and to look after her family. She had no right, the letter writers said, to involve herself in a struggle that's not her own. She had no right to deprive her husband of a wife, her children of a mother. And of course, she had no intention of doing any of that. She was murdered, after all. Interesting that not one of those letter writers condemned her murderers. They only condemned her. Duty can be cast as a selfish and short-sighted monster. Huh. But I mean, that summed up that question for me. Yeah, it was like, why would she do that? And she had no business. But like, she didn't sign up to get murdered. Like, hello? So yeah, y'all, this story is amazing. Also, at the end, they have reading group questions and topics for discussion. There are 10 of them, but I'm not doing all 10 because I gotta go to bed. So will y'all answer them, or would you be stinkies and not answer them? Because y'all, if I was your English teacher, I'm gonna just let y'all know, as a whole, as a class, like as one unit, you would literally get a C. And the only reason why you got a C is because of Crobatty and Mo. Just saying. And Vulcan. And who else? Yeah, those are the only 3. So, C. Not middle finger. And that's why we don't base on the whole class. The only reason, listen, Mo, Crobatty, and Vulcan, they all got A's. A pluses. The rest of y'all got F's. All right. If Leisha was our teacher, she would just tell us we can't read and fail us. Oh, hush. Oh, Lord. Can I use my doctor's note? No. Running it on a bell curve? I was. See you still passing? Whatever. Let's see. Okay. First two questions, because it makes us talk about how terrible of a person Marcus is. I'll take my F with pride. Okay, Majesty. Okay. Considering the comfort and security that Acorn provides, and considering that his long-lost sister has found him and saved him from a life of bondage, why do you think Marcus rejects Earthseed and risks his life to strike out on his own? Why does he have so much trouble accepting and understanding Lauren Olamina's goals? Why does he not believe the Christian America organization is capable of the cruelty inflicted on Lauren and Acorn? I think it's just because he's, one, when he first strikes out, he's young. He's experiencing trauma. He's just trying to find himself again. But then he becomes a selfish bastard. And that's what happens sometimes, you know? Sometimes your trauma can define you in good ways, and sometimes you get some of the bad too. So he was just so, you know, scared of being alone that he's just like, fuck my sister, fuck her. I need my niece by my side because he's a man. Toxic masculinity, PTSD, trauma, and then trauma bonded himself to Christian American church because it gives him some power. I think before picking the next, we should do a poll in the Discord for genre. Okie doke. Those cues are so leading. I hate cute questions that dig like that. He's selfish and only thinks of his own wants and needs. Like, what other answer did they want? I think he sees it as an attack on his only identity he thought he had left. That is, yeah, that is true. Because he told her, like, that was the only time. He was like, I was poor as dirt. If you read the book, he was like, I was poor. Like, we didn't really have much. But when I was on that stage and when I was preaching to people, that's the most alive I felt, you know, even after everything that's happened to us. So he wanted that again, but unfortunately it was at the cost of some wild shit, to the point where it's like his being alone was his own doing. Because if you really think about it, in that second half of his life, you know, the first half, that was out of his control, but that second half was definitely him being fucking stubborn. You know, when his sister told him, like, I didn't set you up to fail. I told you what these people were going to do if you was going to go up there and preach. And then she did hit him in his ego when she was like, if anybody else would have did this, they would have been kicked out. But you're my brother and I love you. And I felt a little bad for you. So, I mean, yeah, that she could have not said that part. But, I mean, honestly, I think he kind of needed to hear it. He just took it way worse than, you know, probably than she would have thought. I think it's also because he doesn't have any other name for the reason why he's in the predicaments he's in, and not of his doing. He just really doesn't understand or know. So it's just like a kink in the system. Not the system being inherently broken, but I don't know. I didn't read the book. Just thought, no. You were here, so you got the grasp of it all. So yeah, I can see that. Yeah. Not Marcus selfish, hot doo-doo mess. People who have trouble on their own could learn that it's okay to know themselves. That is true. Plus, he's a softer parallel to Keith, the brother from the first book who chose violence, showing him that harm can be caused just as much as not doing violence. That is true. I like, okay. Men constantly shooting themselves in the foot and making it everyone else's problem. He was self-destructing. He was emulating the behaviors of his captors and abusers. Yeah, that is true. Mm-hmm. No, because he needed to hear it, because his further action would have had consequences. Yeah. So I mean, I do have a small, like the size of a mustard seed spot of like like a little bit of my heart for him, because it's like, damn, he's been through so much. So that is kind of like a self-sabotage. But at the end of the day, him being alone was his own fault. And it's not fair that, he took it out on his sister, who was unjustly, abused and her community destroyed. And you refuse to believe that the people that you fuck with is capable because you just want to get on the stage and preach about Sky Daddy? Like, hello? He isn't remorseful at all. He's only remorseful because he got caught. Because had Asha never said anything about Earthseed, and had she never wanted to look into anything or found Lauren, he wouldn't have cared about shit. He was just happy. He was sad and crying and going to plead to Lauren. Like, don't go to Lauren after you done did the shit. I don't even know why he went to Lauren to apologize. She wasn't gonna do nothing to you. So that part was just like, why would you go on apology? You know what you did. So also, I think of the men who hate women because he felt undeserved by his mom, and probably felt like his sister was just like his mom because of his trauma. So if anything, I feel like he hated his sister for helping him a little, but not magically giving him power, because he wanted to be the man. Ugh, yuck. I think he went to Lauren for him, not her. Probably. Yeah. Probably. It wasn't for Lauren. Yeah, that's probably why Lauren was like, get the fuck out of here. Let's see. Second question. We already answered the second question, so good. Hold on. I'm trying to read the questions where I asked them. Oh, okay, this one's a good one. Jen Trust and Terry Mae Rutledge, reviewers for the Feminist Bookstore newsletter. I already know that they're Caucasian, probably. I don't know these ladies, but it gives. Said Parable of the Talents is about slavery and survival, alienation and transcendence, violence and spirituality. The author has said that Talents is intended to be a novel of solutions. When I say solutions, I don't mean the perfect solution, because there isn't one, but the kind of solutions that people reach for when they're desperate, when they are frightened, when they're looking around. What solutions do you see the author exploring through the characters in the book? What do you think this teaches us about people? Do you think there is a singular solution to the world's problems? And what do you feel the world's problems are? There's 4 questions in that. I used to hate when schoolwork did this shit. They'd be like, answer these questions. But there's literally 6 questions inside one question. Oh, I used to hate that shit. Answer these. All you gotta do is answer these 5 questions. 5? There ain't no 5 questions. It's like 3 questions and it's 1 question. They got parts A through D. Right. So the questions are, what solutions do you see the author exploring through the characters in the book? What do you think this teaches us about people? Do you think there is a singular solution to the world's problem? What do you feel the world's problems are? The math ain't math in this English class. So for me, what solutions do you see the authors exploring through the characters in this book? So the solutions are, even if you are like poor or down on your luck or are houseless or whatever, you could still give to the community in ways that you can and make yourself useful to the whole. the one of the big core components to being Earthseed is to learn and to teach. Just because you don't have a house or a car or even like a formal education doesn't mean that you can't teach. There's a couple of characters in the book who aren't necessarily book smart or who even can't read, but in the way that they taught during Earthseed is by they were good with their hands, or like they built stuff, or they fixed stuff, or they were good with plants or with animals. So that's one thing that I can say is like one of the solutions to like a bigger problem, is to do what you can, you know, when you can do it, right? And the second question, what do you think this teaches us about people? That we can be perseverant, like we're forever changing. We can see a problem and solve it, and it can be in a formal way or a roundabout way, you know? I mean, boarding schools are peak solution behavior. It's literally called kill the Indian, save the child. The issue was that people had an American culture and weren't believing in hierarchical controlling Christianity. And Mark literally demonstrated that he sees that as a solution. Obviously, fuck that idea that control is a solution, but it is what white supremacy and colonization sees as a solution. What's up? Is it Stick Teeth? How you doing? Welcome in. Y'all ain't answering the questions. Only Crow Batty has answered the questions. Y'all heard 4 questions in 1 question and went, I'm doing good. We're wrapping up a book club meeting here. I gotta get my other answers. Give them a minute to think. They write paragraphs about bussing. I'm coming here from Bushes. Do you want to go to Bushes? Now y'all write a full paragraph about some bushes. But I ask you about solutions that the author is exploring and you get crickets. The third question, do you think that there's a singular solution to the world's problems? Yes. But I cannot say them online because then people will be knocking at my door in a unmarked black truck saying, Miss Capiche, can you please follow us? So that's, y'all listen. Oh God. I'm gonna remember this when we talk about Interstellar. Oh, BT, I'm gonna ask you the most questions. The hell? I'm prepared. All right, you know, because I'm not nosy, but I gotta know. All right. You know my short answer to that one, and it involves an object used in the French Revolution. People wrote answers. Scroll up. Hold on. Scrolling up. That was too many. Give them a thing. I passed all my English courses with flying colors. I don't need to pass anymore. I've been accepting my defeat that I won't be swiping anyone's pop now. That's not part of, okay. Trying to find a good next book. My mind started thinking about all the questions at once. Instead of going question to question, I overthink and I live in this trauma. Of course, I'm quick, but most people need it written. BT's threatening me with science. Nobody answered the question. I already read those. I tried to listen to the first book, but the YouTube readers did not put their chapters in order, so I gave up out of frustration. And I'm the one without a college degree, but maybe that's what it is. Y'all had to go to college and endure, so y'all tired. I get it. You know, I'm gonna shut my ass up. I get it. You don't want to read books. You had to read books for years. I get it. I read them for fun with my nerd ass. So I'll just shut my ass up. What was the last question of that question? What do you feel the world's problems are? I know y'all can answer this. We talk about this all the time. Honestly, the fact that they were trying to propose all these one size fits all solutions were a part of the problem. Maybe. Men, money, green, and greed. Amen. Men are definitely part of the problem. And it's not even men. Well, it's men, but it's misogyny. The patriarchy. And I'm not saying if we were a matriarchal society, we would just be perfect, but we would be better than this. I know that for a fact, okay? Matriarchal societies thrive. After graduate school, I haven't been able to sit through a whole book unless it's a comic. That's fair. That's fair. I'm just picking on y'all. I think the problem also had to do with trying to micromanage everything. Yeah, okay. Colonialism, greed, racism, most religions. I think they had religious overstep issue, because why do you feel the need to be all up in the state like that? Yeah. Going to university just reminds you of how dumb you are and how many ideas there are to explore. Dehumanization is a huge issue that overlaps everything. That part. Racism, colonialism, sexism. Yep. I think a solution we could have is moving away from the individual mindset, putting effort in community and community support. We can't actually have a revolution if no one's watching the kids and have a place to rest. That is very true. That is very true. I agree. Jealousy and insecurities that lead to all those other areas, and unnecessary fear. Unnecessary fear. I always remember my brother was talking about, we were talking about something, and then he was like, a lot of white people move in fear. And I was like, what are you talking about? Like, that don't even make sense. He was like, look at it. Like, if you're living at the top of the food chain or whatever and living your best life, but you still worried about what other MFers are doing, that's fear. And I was like, when you put it like that, you're right, brother. It's almost like, why you keep peeping back in our little communities and other people of color communities, black people, my Latino brothers and sisters, Asian communities, and poking your head and peeking your nose and touching everything. So white people move in fear because anger is a secondary emotion, so they act on anger, which hides their fear. I promise to be prepared for the next book. We're gonna figure that out. We gotta figure out the genre first. I'm a burnt out gifted kid whose deal was that I was able to read at high school level in first grade. It's okay. If you don't want to read the book, that's fine. You just get the synopsis. Like, they're so quick to demonize things they don't understand. Like, it's okay, not everything is trying to hurt you. But you want to know what it is? I really feel like it's because how do I put it? They fear that one day, and this is, an assumption. I feel like the underlying fear is that one day they fear, like, we as people of color, black people, everybody else, are going to do to them what they've been doing to us for centuries. And they fear that. And they know that in terms of whiteness versus everybody else, we outnumber whiteness, So in the end, they're like, damn, if these motherfuckers get on, they might do to us what we did to them. But it's crazy because it's never been that way. Like, that's not even at our core. It's not even at our core. That's not even the core of people that, like, when you look, like, of course there was bad at every civilization, but when you look at overall, and I can only talk about black people because I'm black, But when you look at our civilizations across history and time, it's never been about conquering. Or if it was, it wasn't like on the scale in which what they had going on. So I don't know, man. Especially Black Americans, we want to be left alone, and we want equity. That's it. Pay us what you owe. Okay, I don't care. Oh, Black people now weren't a lot. You didn't have to endure. It don't matter. My ancestors had to endure them, and because they had to endure, that shit is ingrained in me. Because guess what? Guess what was proven as a real thing? Generational trauma. And because my great grandmother was a slave, that shit fucking went into my DNA. So you gotta pay up. And I was about to say a word that I can't say. But pay your motherfucking reparations. And leave us alone. Thank you, BT. Thank you. You can say it. I can't say it on Twitch. In the grand scheme of things, it wasn't that long ago. Exactly. That's why I said great grandmother, because my great grandmother was a slave. Oh God. The way it feels like the system that's there to protect itself. If all white people protect and defend their spoils, so to speak, then the system can continue. But I'm sure it's more than that. Yeah. Not Ritz. The way U.S. and colonization destabilizes so many communities, and it causes the worst things to happen. Not to mention all the imperialist activities where many countries are not taking are taking Africa's resources. Speak on it, because when all this is going down, and I understand like China getting their lick back when it comes to, America, and it's all good for the trolls and lulz, but we got to remember that China's just as much as they're just as much as colonizers as a lot of what is going on in Western civilization, because they got they hand all up in the middle of the continent of Africa, in the Congo, in the middle countries. So we can't sit up here like it's like trading one for another. So you gotta be careful. Like, it's all fun for the trolls and the lulz, but don't fall for the shit, okay? Because they treat our African brothers and sisters over there like doo-doo, and that ain't right. So hell no. My grandfather was a victim of Japanese imperialism. They don't realize that the degree of separation is like an eyelash hair away. What really gets me is when they say Black people own slaves too. How is that fair? Do you know what happened to those Black people doing that? But it is crazy because there's a difference between that type of slavery and like chattel slavery. The horrors of chattel slavery transcends the slavery that was going on, and I'm putting this in quotes, during that time in West Africa. So they can't sit up here and be like, oh, but people in Africa have slaves. At most, you were going from one tribe to another tribe. You weren't going on a boat packed from the front to the back, from the front end to the ass end of the boat, cramped up with hundreds of people across the ocean for weeks in terrible conditions to a new land where you didn't know nothing about, where they stripped you of your name, your identity, your religion, your culture, took you away from your family members, whipped you, starved you, gave you the scraps, no clothes, barely. Like, the horror. Like, slavery is scarier than we can ever fucking imagine. The slavery that happened in America. And our ancestors endured that, and it's just like, what the fuck? Like, think about the things that they don't tell us, or the things that we don't know about that has been lost to time when it comes to slavery, bro. That is the scariest shit ever, and I don't know how. I don't even know why. Because if it was me, listen, you talk about 82 what to do. I don't know if I can make it, but you never know. And that just goes to show you the strength of, just human nature. So yeah, we are miracles. Being Black in the Americas, because it's not just, the United States. You got to think about, our people in the Caribbean, even like our Brazilian brothers and sisters that we don't really talk about because they be minding their business and having fun over there, but they have their issues as well. And just like the horror of it all, it's scary. And I don't know, but because of them, I am, and I have nothing but, nothing but love and gratitude for everything my ancestors have ever given me. And I am who I am now because of the strength that they had and the things that they had to endure to be able to make sure that I'm here now, and I'm living proof of of just strength and perseverance, bro. And I will never ever take that shit for granted. So I was about to cry a little bit. But it's the truth though, man. It's the truth. So in the Caribbean too, I think Jamaica and Haiti had the highest mortality rates. Yeah. I found a video. It's intense. If you haven't seen it before, you're sharing it in the Discord. Thank you, Mio. You can cry? No. I've cried enough. I cried during Sinners, so that was my cry for the day. That's also why I know I can make it. I look at my ancestors, and as we saw in the book, boarding schools and slavery were incredibly similar in terms of horrors. We still survive. We found or built culture and communities. Traditions cannot be beaten out of our ancestors. Even if we were robbed of language and traditions, it still lives in us. And that's another reason why white people are scared. Because it's like, how the fuck? After everything that they did to us, how the fuck are y'all still happy? How the fuck can y'all still dance? How the fuck can y'all still live? How the fuck can y'all still be amazing? How the fuck can you still build after everything we did? You're still here? What the how are you not broken? Yeah, that's what it is. Look at what we could create from nothing. Yep. Not insert Tisha's Campbell. I'm still here. Oh Lord Jesus. They tried to genocide so many indigenous cultures in this world, African indigenous cultures included. They thought robbing language would stop us, but we loved each other anyway. And we're still, and it's crazy, even though everybody got their flaws, but we still love it. And that's what I like. We just want to be left alone, and we need some equity. Pay us what you owe. And until you pay us what you owe, you'll never know peace, and you'll always be scared. And that's the problem. You'll always be scared. You'll always have that fear until you pay us what you owe, and you're all burning hell. And on that note, let's take a shot for the end of the wonderful, our second book club. We did it. We got past the first one. We did it. We're official now. We're an official book club because we got past the first one. If we only did one, it would have been like womp womp. But we got two in. Let's go. You've been drinking, K Majesty? Oh my goodness. Quarterly book club. I'm gonna try to do one every month, but we'll gauge it based on the book. So basically how long the book is, or you know, like how heavy the book is. So we'll base it on that, but we try to do at least once a month. The only reason why it took us this long is because we had to push the shit back so many times due to scheduling. So yeah. Mo, you wanted to do honestly, should we just do a poll for the genre? I don't care about the genre as long as it's not smut. You know, I don't really care about the genre. I prefer, but I'm not gonna try to influence anybody's decision. How about this? Because I could do this on my, and honestly, let's do this now since it seems like the people who come to the book clubs are like here or whatever. It's a very niche. So I can do a, what is it called? Kind of like a raffle, and whoever gets picked gets to pick the next book. Just no smut, y'all. Please no smut, because I will not do the book club meeting and you will have to try again. Do you need to hop on Twitch? If you want to be a part of the thingy, is it going to be under giveaway? I guess giveaway. Yeah. It's going to be under giveaway. Let's reset this. Okay. And pick. Okay. Next book choice. Now I'm about to explain this. Okay, I'm about to explain this. I'm only going to explain it 3 times. I was about to say once, but I know my community. So. Okay, you ready? When I open the giveaway, you have to type in join. When you type in join, it's going to cost a ticket. The tickets are the points that you have in the chat, not the ones that you use to redeem hi or the silence command, but the points in chat that you use to redeem the sound effects. Each ticket costs 10 points. You can get up to 1,000 tickets. Okay? So when you do it, you do exclamation point, join, and the number of tickets that you want to purchase. Okay? So if you know you have the dilute to purchase 1,000 tickets, go ahead and just get the 1,000. But if you don't hurt your ego. Okay? Do you need me to explain this one more time? Okay, we're gonna explain why. I saw a in the chat. Okay, here we go. Second time. When I open up the giveaway, which is not a giveaway, it's just to see who gets the next book choice, you're gonna type in exclamation point join, the exclamation point sign, and the word join. Each ticket costs 10 dilute. If you type in dilute, you'll see how many dilute you have. And you can only buy 1,000 tickets. When you type in exclamation point join, you do a space and you put the amount of tickets you want to buy. All right. The max is 1,000. So if you want to buy 1,000 tickets and you know you have the dilute, go ahead and get the 1,000 tickets if you really want us to read whatever book that you want us to read. Okay. So it's going to be exclamation point join and the number of tickets that you want to purchase. Yes. And BT, how much is in dilute? If every ticket costs 10 and you only can purchase 1,000 tickets, how many dilute do you have to purchase 1,000 tickets? BT, let's use our human calculator, please. Because I know y'all gonna be like, but I typed in 1,000. So you need 10,000 dilute in order to purchase 1,000 tickets. Thank you, BT. If you do not have 10,000 dilute, do not put 1,000 at the end, okay? All right, do we get it? Do we got it? I'm only gonna, if you don't need another suggestion, if you don't need another explanation, I'm not gonna repeat it. Not it's hot on the bottom. All right, we ready? You got 5 minutes to I'm gonna give y'all 5 minutes. We can chop it up 5 minutes. And I'm gonna end the giveaway, and then whoever gets picked, you have. Today's the 25th. You literally have 1 week to pick a book, but you can tell us as soon as, like, if you already know what book you want, just tell us now. But if you need some time to think about it, you got a week. So today's the 25th. You have to tell us by the 2nd. If you don't tell us by the 2nd, I'm gonna ask you, do you have a book? You're gonna be like, I'm gonna have to give it to somebody else, because we trying to get this ball rolling. I'm trying to read as many books as possible this year, okay? Make them give a top 3 books. That's gonna be too much voting and too complicated. I just want to keep it simple. I want to keep it simple. Like, pick a book, we'll read it. I'm a listen. I'm going to look it up to see if it's smut, and if it's smut, I'm just gonna go ahead and give it to the next person. Okay, I'll read anything. Just please, no nonfiction, unless it's like a bio. I don't mind nonfiction, just nothing like boring, not a snooze fest, please. And no smut. Watch somebody do some smut, and then you. Okay, you ready? Here we go. It's open. It's open like all of you all's legs. Well, some of you all's legs, not all are sluts, but there are some of you all who are some sleuths. All right. Cheers on Shaman Hondas. Someone's gonna make you read Boku no Pico. What the hell is that? I don't want to know. I don't want to know. I'm a sleuth in theory, not practice. Join the club, Cody, because I am too. I don't even know if somebody can turn me on anymore. Well, Michael B. Jordan as them twins. I can't wait for most of y'all, because I'm not gonna wait but so long. I can't wait for most of y'all to watch that movie, so that way I could yap. But you know what? I'm gonna save that for my review. Oh, BT, did I tell you that I went and watched Sinners and I actually wrote notes like a nerd? Look at my notes app. It's like a whole bunch of notes too. So yeah, I wrote notes so that way I could have a structured review, and my review will have spoilers. I cannot do a no spoiler review. I'm not that girl. So I'm glad you went. It's a great movie to see in theater. I want to go back to see it in IMAX 70 millimeter, but we'll see. We'll see. Some AMC are handing out 70 millimeter film. Oh, I want it. Y'all, that movie was so good. So good. I needed more. I need a show. They should have did a show. They should have did a show. Leisha's in her cinephile era. Yeah, you see it. I need something else to do. I need to venture. Like, playing video games is fun and all, you know, but eventually I have to do like some sort of grown-up creativity thingy thing. Nobody's gonna take me serious for so much longer being a fucking gamer. You know how the world is. I might beat the odds, you know, but ain't nobody trying to watch no 40-year-old woman play games. You know, so I gotta make some sort of pivot, you know. no shows because they'll cliffhanger and you won't get a season for 2 or 3 years. That is true. That is true. So, not Jesus Christ. Where'd this come from? I'm sorry. I'm just dumping on you right now. I'm sorry. You're still waiting on season 2 of Lovecraft. Oh, that thing gone. There ain't never gonna be no season 2. Ain't it older Twitch streamers on here that thrive? There's a couple. There's some that's black, but you know, I don't know, y'all. Just the gaming industry in general is not lucrative. At least if I study and learn the lingo of film, maybe become a better writer and shit like that, maybe I'll fall into a more lucrative field. Not saying that that's lucrative at all, because I'm pretty sure that's not either, but it's probably more lucrative than this. So I don't know, man. I'm just trying to get something else under my belt, you know. People watch 60-year-olds play. That is true, but I don't know, man. The gaming industry is it's something. It's something. Sinner should be movie of the year. Honestly, really, truly, I disagree somewhat, mostly because the reason someone might not take you seriously could be racism or because you're so damn horny. Now, if you want money, that's harder. Honestly, getting people to talk with and to you is a better bet. Yeah. Not because I'm so horny. I'm not even horny like this in real life. I just like saying things to get you all going. I like when the chat in my mind. Okay, you want to know what I picture in my mind when I say things and y'all start I picture y'all running around a room with your hands on your head going, oh my God, Leech, why would you say that? And it tickles me. Exactly that, Scythe. Exactly that. And I don't know why, so that's why I do it. Okay. Not the Stephen A. Smith of Twitch. Y'all know I'm mischievous. She likes to rile us up. She's that older kid in school that always messes with you. Lord. I too may have to pivot depending on if there's no jobs. This upcoming job cycle, academia is bloodthirsty. I can imagine. We just being cartoonish. All right, so I'm gonna let you all know who's in the queue right now. McNex is in here. Tape, Mio, Mo, Joe, Apples, El Kabong, BT, Peep, Nikki, Artemis, and Crobati. Those are the only people that are in here right now. Did anybody try to do it and you're not in here? Let me know before I close this thing. I'm gonna repeat the names. McNex is in here. Tape is in here. Mio is in here. Mo is in here. Joe is in here. Why Don't I Have Apples is here. El Kabong is in here. BT is in here. Peep is in here. Nerdy Nikki is here. Artemis is here. And Crobati is here. How have you thought about doing a chat about politics in your world? Politics makes me angry. I try not to, even though I'm abreast. I try not to be. I don't like it. I just do it because it's a habit. I look at politics because it's a habit. You try to do it again. Make sure you see how much dilute you have. Do you know how to check your dilute? You're abreast, all right? Yeah! Oh no, I broke my zipper. Oh, I didn't break my zipper. Not lean back. Oh, I didn't break my zipper. Hold on, I'm trying to. Yeah, I ain't good. No more titties for y'all. I'm zipping them up. All right. Let's shake our 8008s. And Deanna sleeping. That's what she get. Now I gotta bleach my entire existence. Now where's Big Mix? He probably didn't even know that I was streaming on this channel. You did it. Sames, I don't see you on here. Wait, oh, I see what it is. Sames, you have to put a space in between exclamation point join and the 500. So exclamation point and join on one side and 500 on the other side. Sames. Yeah, that's what it is. Because I'm like, I don't see you. Good night. Envision. I thought you was going to go to bed. You came back. Cody, I don't see your name. Yeah, it has to be like this. Let me. I'm only gonna put in 10. If I win, oh well. Damn, I didn't go in either. Why didn't I go? Did I do my work? Did I do it wrong too? How am I have the most dilute. Why ain't they let me join? Oh, because I guess I'm the... You used to let me join before. Can you still enter? Oh, wait, hold on. I'm allowing entries. Okay, my bad. Do it again. I'm allowing entries. Do it again. Cody, you're in. Amma, you're in. Sames, we're just waiting on you. What's up, Prince? Put a K Majesty, put a space in between join and 500. Put a space in between that. All right. Music Shot, you're in. Sames, you're in. We're just waiting on K Majesty. What is this for? To pick for the next book club. But I swear to God, I'm gonna let you know this right now. If you make us read a book, and 1, you didn't read the book, and 2, you're not present for book club, you're never picking another book club book ever again for as long as this runs. Ever. Just letting you know. You have 3 book recommendations options and they're all nonfiction. Mio, don't you enter. Do not enter. I swear to God. Oh, Mio's in here. Ugh. All right, I'm closing it. I'm closing the thing. All right. Are we ready? I wish I had a drum roll on here, but I don't use the giveaway thingy as much. Let's take another shot before, just one more. I'm off for like 3 days. I'm off this whole weekend. I'm off Friday, Saturday, and Sunday, y'all. We gonna get freaky. We're gonna show tits and hole again, but just not too much. Cause last Friday I got a little too drunk, and I felt it a little too much. Not take the jacket off. No, I already showed you my boobs earlier. You don't get to see them again. Okay, before I pick who our next contributor is, have y'all been enjoying the book club meetings? For real, be honest with me. Have y'all been liking them? You know, I like them because I get to jibber jabber for hours. Y'all know I like to talk, okay, baby? No, I like to, if I have to run my mouth, I'm gonna run my mouth. Yes, hell yeah, hell to the yeah, okay. I'm sorry, I think about content. Tape. Yes, okay, it's been fun. I haven't read the books because I've been busy as shit with writing, but it's fun to be here. Well, y'all, the next book you have to read, especially if you pick it, BT. And if you pick a book, BT, BT. BT gonna have us reading about quarks and gluons, y'all. Please don't let it be BT. Oh, God. At least you would know I would just text you if I ain't have book club. That is true. That is true. Me and Mo kind of read books together off to the side. We do. We read that book together that you put me onto. What was that book, Mo, where they was in space? Oh my God, that book was so good. I didn't finish the series though, but that shit was good. And it was kind of scary too. When it was in space and that shit happened in space. Oh boy, that was a good book. Listen. Submit a scientific journal about quantum physics. Oh, and one more thing, BT. While you were gone, there was a time I think I was playing the last time I played Schedule 1 and you left early. Well, not early, but you left. And somebody raided me. And it was a friend of Mo and Deanna's, or somebody who's like in Mo and Deanna's community who's really cool. And they're a doctor. And I was like, oh, I have a doctor in my community, but they're like a medical doctor. And I was like, oh, my doctor's just a fucking nerd. Right? Right? And the people, somebody, I forgot who it was in the chat. And then somebody was like, our nerd is a, what did y'all say? Is a, somebody said like a quantum, our nerd's a quantum physicist. Like, put some respect on BT's name. It was Reaper. Okay. Hey, Reaper. It was like, our nerd's a quantum physicist, leash. A nuclear physicist, you know, same thing. Tomato, tomato. Quarks, gluons, they're all the same. But yeah. It was like, not you not appreciating the doctor, leash. I said, oh, okay. No, they didn't. It's gonna be a coup d'etat. I knew one of y'all white people in here was gonna do a coup d'etat. I knew it was either gonna be Swalsh, BT, it was gonna be one of y'all was gonna do a coup d'etat, but not today, Satan. Cheers, shaman. Better not do no damn coup d'etat. All right. Book club is still really disorganized, but this is also my field. It would be really helpful to know when you want people to comment versus just want to talk about something. I like when y'all talk amongst yourselves. You don't have to have me read your answers out loud unless I'm asking you like a question. But sometimes y'all could just talk in the chat. Blah, 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 blah. I understand a lot of people just like to hear me talk, but you know, I know it's a conversation. I think next time I'm gonna do like I did the first time and be in the Discord. What I want is I pick maybe 2 or 3 people who want to come up and give their take on it instead of me just talking the whole time. But y'all be acting shy and shit. The only person who don't act shy is Crobatty, but we have to give other people a chance, you know, because between me and Crobatty, we'll talk for 24 hours. I have the first half and they have the second half. So essentially that's what I want. Like maybe 2 people come up, give their take on it. You know, after I'm done with the synopsis, I'll make sure to make the synopsis a little bit more tight like this. Nope. Don't say it. But you know that the royal penis is clean music. Yes. I cannot speak. I have seen how you did, BT. That's crazy tape. Y'all don't want my unhinged thoughts. The teacher wants people to speak in front of the class. I do. But, you know. As I said, the only thing tight is that budget. 2 things could be true at the same time. That's all I have to say. I haven't had any since Biden was president. Okay. Okay, anyway. Yeah. Like leaks literally 3-4 months ago. Oh Lord. Anyway, are we ready? Here we go. The next person who is picking our book for the Wilderness Book Club is, shut up tape, is, please don't let it be BT or Mio, because they said nonfiction. 1, 2, 3, I'm about to pick. I'm so scared. Oh my fucking God. Oh boy. I asked for one thing. One. My ancestors has to be stronger than this white devil. Ah! BT is the winner. He gets to pick the book. Yeah. Oh my God. What is this? What is life? BT, I want to let you know you have until the 2nd to pick the book. Okay, and make sure to put it in. Oh, we don't have a, do we have a book club section? Do we have a book club section in the Discord? There's so many sections in this damn dick. Oh, I was about to call it a dick cord. Where's my mind? Oh my God. Should I could just make a thread. Honestly, we'll figure it out. But yeah, because y'all don't read anything but Let's Converse in the Discord anyway. So BT, we'll just keep telling you over and over. BT, just let me know what you want to read and I'll just spread the word. I'll let everybody know on stream. Several times. So if you come to me and be like, Alicia, I didn't know what book. Several times, and I'll even make an announcement in the thing. So, and I'll ping everybody so everybody knows. Okay. Ugh. Anyway, I'll post it places. Thank you, BT. You're too kind. Also, make sure you join the story graph. I'm trying to dismiss all these ads because I want y'all to have all the information before I dip out. Make sure y'all join the story graph if you can. That's where we keep like a lot of our stuff. And honestly, if you have like any questions or you want to add, like, because we do have like a question bank sometimes on there. I didn't pull from there this time because I saw that the book at the end already had like questions and shit on like in it. So I was like, oh, I could just use that. But join the story graph. What else? I don't know, y'all. Oh, also thank y'all for all of the love on the 2nd YouTube channel. Make sure y'all go follow me. I have 73 concurrent viewers. Y'all love me. I didn't think I was gonna get this many viewers. This is literally my first stream on the other channel, so I'm happy. This is where I'm gonna be doing the reaction channel is gonna be for like book clubs, TV shows, movies, anything that's not dealing with gaming. I'm just gonna try to keep it on this channel because YouTube doesn't like when you scissor with your genres. So thank y'all for the love. I listened to this book on cassette because it was the only way I could get it. Hey, you got it how you live. I literally finished the book yesterday. I finished this book in like 2 days because I am a procrastinator. But to be honest and to be fair, I've added in, you know, reaction videos and more editing and trying to keep up with streams and make sure y'all still see my face and working this goddamn job. So I was like, shit, I can't even read the book because I gotta edit, I gotta record, I gotta react, I gotta edit, and I gotta stream. So I took some time in them last 2 days to just be like, you know what, I'm just gonna sit down, I'm gonna thug it out, speed read, mark all the things I need to mark so that way I could come back to them because I know I ain't gonna remember, and keep it moving. So yeah, he was late because you was watching the Severance thingy. Oh, no problem. I like, listen, if you're late, the VOD is the VOD. Y'all just watch the VOD. I ain't no slave driver. Only if you're, then it's pay me my reparations, please. Anyway, why did Leash say she wanted to be severed? Because Leash is a fool. She doesn't know what she say. She does, but then she realizes what she said and she's like, shit, why the fuck did you say that? She sometimes, most times, apologizes and can admit when she can admit when she's wrong most times, unless she doesn't believe that she's wrong. So yeah, she's silly and goofy and mischievous. So if you are late, Leash will whoop you. That's crazy. Only people I whoop is Swash for not doing his homework, but I ain't gotta worry about that no more. I gotta go to bed. My baby Angel's graduating. Anyway, that's my time, y'all. I had such a good time. We had such a good time. I really sat up here and talked to y'all. This is like, oh my God, it's been 5 hours. Listen, I have a gift of gab. I could just run my mouth. I don't know how I do it, but I do. It might be the ADHD because I can't think of nothing else. Like, why am I so skilled at running my mouth for hours at a time? But yeah, it is what it is. Y'all take it easy, y'all. Be good to yourselves. Take care of yourselves. Be kind to yourselves. After this book and hearing about this book or reading this book, take time to decompress. And, you know, I know this book lingers like a bad fart. A good one. It's good for the spirit, but there's also like, it's heavy. So, you know, take your time, feel the feelings, but decompress because this book was a lot. The topics are a lot and they relate to the timeline that we live in a little too close, but you know, we strive, we keep it moving. Okay. See y'all literally tomorrow. I think we'll play, like, you know, normally on Friday, I like to do like a community game. So repo or whatever. Let me go before this ad starts. But yeah, tomorrow, see you. Good night. And oh my God.
Capiche? Tequila lover, astrology nerd, demon time sipping on some scissor. Swallowed, beat
no
the
grounded tomorrow.
The bag gun, and don't forget to least capiche. Cult leader, rain boots and a thong, boosie, all day long. Piss break, happy box, shake your fucking ass.